Hello everyone, my name is Rokas and I'm the Dojo-cho of Dojo, or previously known as Aikido Shule. I've been practicing Aikido for a bit more than 12 years, and 3 of them I spent as Uchideshi with Patrick Cassidy Sensei. And for the last 4.5 years I'm running this dojo that you see before you. And obviously there's a lot of people who have more experience, but at the same time, each one of us are passionate about different things, and my own passion is to aid everyone in their journey of Aikido, to understand it in, as deeply as they can, not to limit it on the level of a surface. And that also comes to helping beginners and making really sure that beginners are welcomed and that they really understand why we do these techniques, why we do these movements, and how to do it best. Because that's the way our mind works. If you experience a lot of challenges, challenges are good to make you develop, but if you experience them too much and you start to feel like you're a failure, you just can't learn it, whatever you're inspired about, and eventually you might stop, and that takes away from discovering a beautiful path which is ahead of you, and right now we're talking about Aikido. And in Aikido that happens a lot because Aikido is quite complex. It has a lot of difficult movements, difficult theories, traditions. So a beginner oftentimes can feel overwhelmed, and too many people just drop out before they actually experience how it works. So what I want to give in this video is not a challenge, but rather a feeling of success, that you won't be able to learn all the techniques just by watching this video. That's ridiculous and that's never going to happen. You know, this is not Matrix. But there's certain points, certain moments which is not always easy to get, which your instructor might not always point out for you, sometimes because they're not aware of it, sometimes just because they don't have enough time, so for many various reasons. But these points might really make a big difference in your learning. When you know them, learning becomes just so much easier. And these are just small points which are easy to grasp. So we're going to look in this whole video into a lot of different topics about the wooden sword, the bokken, the jo, the rolling, the ukemi, techniques, attacks. We're going to look through all of the basic Aikido things to give you an insight of how it feels, what it means, how it works, so that when you go back to the dojo, you won't be able to do everything, but you will be just so much more ready to accept the challenge and to succeed in it. So without further ado, let's start our journey. So in this part, we're going to look at how to tie the belt, and then we're going to look at the Hakama. So there are many different ways to tie a belt, but as long as it holds, in my opinion, it's good. So I'm going to share one way which I used for many years, and it always worked for me, and it's quite simple too, so hopefully it works for you as well. So when you grab your belt, normally what I would do, I would make sure the right side is longer than the left, so I would turn here, right side longer. Then you place it below your belly button, somewhere where it feels good for you. You press it in, you start rolling it around yourself. Now when you reach the back, the left goes on the top, right goes on the bottom. Then you take it out, you squeeze it so it would hold more firmly. Then put it back together. Again, the left goes on top of the right. So if I do it sideways, left goes on top of the right. Now the upper part goes through both sides, right here. And we're almost at the end. So again, tie it, make it tight. Now the right side goes on top of the left. It goes through the middle, so this time not through the other sides, but it goes through the middle. And if you do it in a good way, you pull it. Now it's tight, it's more or less equal, and there's a nice square at the front. So that's one way to tie your belt, which holds. In this part, we're going to look a bit at the core etiquette moments of Aikido, since Aikido comes from Japan, and Japanese is quite a structured, traditional country with many ethical rules and subtleties. As Westerners, we try to take it over, and it's important to know some of them to maintain that respect, to maintain that humility in our practice, humbleness, but I don't think we'll ever take over all of those rules, and some dojos try to do it more, some dojos do it less. In our dojo, it's quite free. Only the core main principles are still there. Some dojos are very specific about that. So my tip before we continue is that when you visit another dojo or when you come to train in the beginning, just be conscious about what's happening. Don't take everything for granted. Don't think that the way you know is going to work 100% in another place. Take the inspiration from your personal experience, try to apply it, but also be conscious about what others do, what senior people do, whether he talks during the class, for example, or not, or how the people bow, where they bow. And just do your best to follow them and take them as an inspiration. If you're not sure, in most of the dojos, you can simply ask. And if you're going to be humble, if you're going to be conscious, I'm pretty sure that if you do some mistakes, you'll be forgiven, so don't worry about that. But just remember that not all dojos work in the same way, but the key main ethical principles should be maintained. So one of those key principles, first of all, is when you enter the dojo. In many dojos, it's traditional to bow in, and actually after you leave the dojo, before you leave the dojo, to bow out. Especially what I notice in my practice, what happens is, for example, our dojo is on the second floor, so if you just enter through the door and you don't see the dojo, there's nothing really to bow. But as soon as you go up and then you see the showman, then you bow towards the showman. As you go out, before you part, away from seeing the showman, you bow to the showman again. So entering the dojo, bowing is a good sign of etiquette. So there's a philosophical spiritual side to that as well. When you enter the dojo, this is a special place, that you need to be focused, you need to be concentrated, that it's not a casual place, that you're in a place where you're going to devote yourself to development. So if you stop, bow, that can give you that understanding and remind you that now it's the time for improvement. Now it's just. Also, when you bow, it's something I personally try to be conscious about. Don't do a pigeon bow. Don't just quickly bow and that's it. Maybe some dojos will do that, and if everybody does that and you're going to be slowly, deeply bowing, that might be not really accepted too. So be conscious about that. But I think it's a good practice to stop and really bow, to really be conscious who you're bowing to, why you're bowing to make it for a reason, not just to pretend you're doing it. So now, as you continue on, as you step on the mat, obviously you leave your slippers off the mat, but then again, different dojos will have different rules. I think it's good to practice to do at least a standing bow in any dojo as you enter the mat, as you step on the mat. Again, even when you enter the dojo, that's a transition to something more special, but when you enter on the mat is the place of training, it's a martial art, so first of all you show respect to the mat, and then that bow is also a sign of dedication that now you're going to work on yourself, now you're going to be in a space where you need to be focused. So that bow is a good way of, transition is a good way to show respect. Also, in some dojos, and you can probably do it in any dojo, but some dojos will demand that when you go on the mat, you actually go on your knees and make a deep full bow, and same when you leave the mat. So be conscious about those two differences too. For example, in our dojo, we do a standing bow, so it's not necessary. Some dojos will have it. Also, what I noticed while practicing Aikido, that some dojos have a very high respect for their senseis. So before the class, or when you see that the sensei is coming, everybody, without anyone saying that, everybody already sits in a line so that when sensei walks in, everybody is already ready. We don't personally do that, but if you come to a new dojo or come to a seminar and see suddenly everybody sitting down in line, probably it's a good idea to jump in as well. For very new beginners, I might tell you that when sitting in the line, there's a hierarchy. So Japanese culture was influenced by a few different traditions, and one of them is Confucianism. And the Confucianism is a lot about hierarchy, a lot about everyone having their own place, everyone having respect, senpai, kohai, beginner, less experienced student, less ranking student, senpai, the higher ranking student. So the senpais, the more experienced people, are normally sitting on the right side of the line. The beginners are sitting on the left. So you can be conscious about that too. If you're watching this video before starting Aikido and you just want to know what to do, what not to do, so that's one of the points when everybody's sitting in line and you see black belts and people with hakamas on the right side. It's not a good idea for beginners to go there. If it's a nice dojo, if it's a good dojo, people will tell you, just go there politely, but nevertheless, be conscious about who's sitting where, and normally beginners are going to be on the left. We spoke about sitting on the knees, not presenting your feet, and the other part, so we can remember that as well. General guidelines for the training. Normally, a lot of dojos that I've been to actually quite conscious about not speaking on the mat. Some dojos will even say it's forbidden to speak on the mat besides training-related things, which makes sense, and to a certain part I agree. I think personally I don't stress it so hard to say that you just can't talk whatsoever, but talking on the mat should be limited. You should be focused on the training. Even in my own, in the way I guide the training, I don't encourage people to discuss so much about technique, to talk and to teach each other. I think it's good to learn from experience, and if a person is really lost, then you can guide him, you can explain to him. But when two people are training together, I personally don't encourage trying to teach the other person everything you know, because the person might be overwhelmed and you might be teaching it in the wrong way. So be humble, be conscious about that too. So talking on the mat, that's one point. When the sensei claps and or says yame, stop, the signal for sitting down, it's a good sign to go there quickly, because based on how I perceive the training, Aikido, the traditional Japanese martial arts is considered that this time is very precious, and the sensei is giving you his teachings. So when he claps, that means if you just walk away slowly, talking with someone, you show disrespect to the sensei, and also he has to wait for you. So basically you're wasting everyone's time. So not to waste your time, not to waste sensei's time, not to disrespect, not to waste everyone's time. When the clap is there, you can either gently run or quickly move and sit down and be conscious and be ready. When the sensei is explaining, it's good to refrain from talking to someone else, from discussing, because it can actually disturb the sensei from teaching. You're not also going to hear what he's saying. The other person is not going to hear. So it just makes sense not to talk while the sensei is teaching. And Also, in terms of drinking water, the dojo I trained most years in presented it in a really good way, that drinking water is your personal practice. So some dojos will actually, as far as I heard, some dojos will forbid you from drinking water during the training. Be conscious about that too. But I think a healthy dojo doesn't do that. And but if you want to drink, don't do it. There might be this tendency, there's desire to do it when the sensei is explaining something. Basically, you drink, you watch him, and then you don't waste your training time. But at the same time, that's again disrespect for the sensei. You're not gonna fully see what the sensei is sharing while you're drinking, while you're walking to get your drink. It's gonna create a hassle, especially if everyone does it at the same time. So it's best when sensei explains, sit down there, watch it, and when he finishes, if you're allowed to drink, then simply go drink then during your training time. It's not gonna be a lot of time that you miss. So these are some core moments. There's many others, but you can see the similar guideline through it. So if you're conscious and if you're going through that way, you should be fine. There's also some rules and traditions about bowing during the class, whether you're saying onegai shimasu or saying os, or saying domo, domo, etc., etc. Also some etiquette with the weapons, which we're going to look at soon enough. But I hope you got the feeling of the spirit of this process, and that might help you go, if you're a beginner, that might help you go through the initial kind of joining in the dojo, or if you travel somewhere else, that you're more conscious about that. Again, if you have questions, you can always ask, you can always write me, but I think what we talked, should be a good amount to begin with. So now, as we continue to look at the traditions of Aikido, there's an important part which is called the shomen, or the face of the dojo. There's many different variations of how you can do that. Quite often, especially in the Western culture, you'll see the Japanese gates called tori, which is a symbol of, they're normally built just before you enter into the area of a temple, so that when you enter through it, it reminds you that you're going from something from casual to the spiritual, to something meaningful. And for me, it also represents that, is that when we bow towards it, that means we go from our casual state to our training, to our development state, to trying to achieve, to become better. So this you might quite often find in dojos. This is obviously Aikido, the kanji, and as we go lower, our dojo is also a yoga and meditation dojo, so we have various symbols from around the world. There's Indian, Tibetan, and other influences, but this, though, you will find in many dojos. It's called a kamiza. Kami means God, za means place, so it's a place of God. Since Aikido is influenced deeply by the Shinto tradition, which Osensei, the founder, was very much inspired about, that he would have those shrines in his shomen, and many dojos still hold that true to this day as well. It's a symbol of entering, again, a godly world, a spiritual world, entering something deeper, or the other side of the Aikido development. As Osensei used to say, standing between heaven and earth, 1 foot on ground, one foot on earth. I consider the heaven part to be the spiritual part, the self-development part, the inner workings of our own life. And again, there's many different interpretations. There's the traditional interpretation as well. But when you bow towards it, you don't necessarily have to be religious. You don't have to believe in something. You can simply see it as a symbol of bowing to something divine, a higher purpose in your life. So that's one way to look at it. So just one thing also to add is that this is more traditional shomen, or more spirituality and religious based, which is a bit more closer to what our sensei had, but many dojos also have oftentimes the shomen just a big sensei's picture and maybe some other symbols, a sword, a jo, but there's a small picture on our shomen, but at the same time, as I mentioned, some dojos have a big picture of a sensei, and that's where they bow, and it's a way to show a sign of respect, gratitude for bringing Aikido. So it depends. It doesn't mean one is right, one is wrong, but this is more traditional, Japanese tradition-based shomen, while if you have a big picture of a sensei, it's more a modern way of just expressing your gratitude towards the teacher. Pretty much in all dojos, before you start the training, there's going to be a short concentration meditation and then a bow in at the beginning of the training and a bow out at the end of the training. So we're going to look at that briefly as well. So the meditation itself, again, some might even not call it meditation, some might call it just concentration, and that makes sense. The way I see it, since, as I also mentioned about the gates, the Tori, there's a sense of going from the casual to the deeper side of your life, to the training, development. So also from your casual state to your warrior state, to being more present, being more aware, being more active. So already when you step on the mat in many dojos, it's considered that you should bow at least standing. In some dojos, even that you should bow on your knees just as soon as you enter on the mat. Some dojos don't ask you that, but it's also that sign of going from the casual to the training. But pretty much in all dojos, you will have to bow at the beginning of the training together with the instructor. And before that, there's a meditation, and as I called also, you could consider that to be a concentration exercise, which makes sense too. You allow your mind to settle down, you allow yourself to become more calm before you start, so that as the old Asian saying says, if there's a cup which is full, you won't be able to add anything to it. So first of all, have to spill out whatever is in the cup or drink it, so you could then add something. So that meditation can be considered in the beginning as that you empty out the cup, you allow yourself to calm down, forget what happened before, forget what's going to happen after, and just as you calm down, you become ready to enter the state of training and receive new information. At the end of the training, there's a lot of information you got into the cup, and in a sense you can start, you do a small meditation to start to drink it, to start to digest it, to allow it to settle in, to feel what you learned, and to let the system summarize it. So it's a good exercise. It's definitely worth doing. In some of the dojos, the instructor is going to say mokoso. It's one way it's a specific meditation, and some dojos will clap before you start meditation. We use a bell for it. So there's different ways, but the meditation itself, you can sit either cross-legged or on your knees. You can place the hands on the knees, or there's also a traditional mudra, which is oftentimes used in Aikido dojos. It's the right hand placed on the left one, thumbs connecting together, bringing them to the center. In terms of the meditation itself, there's many different meditations you can do. You can, oftentimes dojos will ask you to focus on the center, on the hara, which is 2 fingers down the belly button, 4 fingers in, just a general way of allowing you to realize where it is. Some dojos will ask you to do a misogi breathing exercise, where you breathe in through the nose, allow the air to go through your back, to circle in the hara, in the center again, and to breathe out through the mouth. Other dojos will just ask you to be silent with your eyes closed. So there's different ways. It's best that you figure out which way is taught in that dojo, and when you visit a dojo or you train in your local dojo, that you follow their way, just to respect that tradition and to learn what they're teaching. But in general, the direction is going to be a similar direction. So when it's over, again, somebody might clap or just give a pronunciation of that the meditation is over. And as soon as it's over, the instructor is going to turn towards the showman. You might be sitting there as you are sitting. So but the bow is going to be pretty much the same. So again, it depends on the tradition. It depends also on the showman which you have, what bow you're going to have. More often when there's a picture of a sensei, when it's not a Shinto-based showman, it's oftentimes it can be just a simple bow or bringing the hands together, one bow, and then the instructor turns towards you, and then you bow to the instructor. In the more traditional way, and the way sensei used to bow in, what we do in our dojo too, we put the hands together, there's one deep bow, then you go out, bring the hands together again, there's another deep bow, you come back, there's a loud clap with both hands as you release them and you bring them back together, 1, 2, that happens faster, it's 1, 2, then you bow again, you allow yourself to feel a connection with the showman, then the instructor turns around, bows towards you. Most of the times the students will just stay in a bowed position waiting for the instructor to turn. Sometimes they will both bow to each other. So again, as I mentioned, there's different dojos, so I'm just giving you a general feeling of what you can expect. But most of the times if you follow that dojo, you will figure out easily what they're expecting from you. And at the end of the bow, at the beginning of the training, normally we say onegai shimasu, which, so in karate you hear sometimes os, which is a short version of onegai shimasu. There's no direct translation of what onegai shimasu means, but it's more of an asking of a favor. So you could interpret it as a way of saying, please help me develop, please help me train, please teach me. And the instructor said that to the students to the instructor. In some dojos you use the same phrase but you bow to each other. So, but it's a way of asking a favor of another person. Onegai shimasu. So the last point before we continue to the next topic is the bow itself, the 2 times bowing, 2 times clap. If you're interested enough, you can find a very deep, long-rooted traditions based on religion, what this practice means. One of the interpretations that I've heard and I really liked is that the 2 bows, 2 claps represent the yin and yang, which sensei was inspired about based on the Taoist teachings. So you bow to your masculine part and your feminine part, you bow to the good inside of yourself and the bad inside of yourself, to the 2 energies, to the receptive and active, to try to find the balance between them. And it's a great representation that when you bow, you don't need to consider that you're bowing to some god or to some Shinto deity. It's more about, especially in these modern days, in the Western world, you can consider it to be more of a reminder of yourself that you have to balance out your life. You come to Aikido to balance your life, to find more balance. And that clap, that bow can just remind you of that. So that's one way to look at it. Obviously, if you're interested, you can look at the tradition, you can find a deeper meaning or more complex meaning. But that's one way to interpret it too. The very last moment to mention before continuing is at the end of the class, normally the process is going to be identical, or maybe there's not going to be a meditation, but still you're going to bow it in the same way, but just the phrase is going to be different. You say domo arigatou gozaimashita, which is 4 words. Domo means thank you in Japanese, it's a light version. Arigato is a higher version of thank you, and gozaimashita is a way to emphasize that. So basically when you say domo arigatou gozaimashita, that means thank you tremendously. Thank you very, very much. You show a deep sign of gratitude for the instructor, for his teachings, and then you bow. So first of all, you say to the instructor as you bow, and then in most of the dojos, you come together with the partners you trained, you bow to them, and you say the same, domo arigatou gozaimashita, which means thank you very much for helping me train, thanking you for lending your body, lending your energy, lending your knowledge. So basically we say a deep thank you to everyone who we trained with, to the instructor, and then the class finishes. So right now, what I'm already presenting is called Seiza. That's a traditional Japanese way of sitting. When you try to figure out how to sit, normally there's about 2 fists distance between the knees. There's also, when you just generally sit, the toes are open, they're not bent. You can go up on your toes, but that's more when you start walking, what's called Shiho, or when you do techniques, or when you're preparing for standing up. But when you're just generally sitting, It's just Seiza like this. Now, one reason we're sitting like that, it's because it's a traditional Japanese formal way of sitting, and it was a big part of the Japanese culture and still is. And since Aikido is a Japanese martial art, we overtook that. In a practical sense, it's good for your flexibility, it's good for your legs, for the development of the flexibility in the legs. And also it's practical because it's easy to stand up from here. In any other different way, when you sit, it might be troublesome to stand up, while here, you just go up on your toes, put one leg out, and you're already standing. And at the same time, you can sit down quickly. So if you would have a sword, you can stand up and cut at the same time. You're ready to defend yourself, which obviously was a very important part of the Japanese culture, since it was so much warrior and warfare based with the samurai. And there's some practicability right now in terms of standing up in these days too. At the same time, normally a lot of us are not really flexible in the legs. This is hard for Westerners to sit like that, and it might take time to develop for the flexibility in the legs. So if somebody else is sitting there for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour like this, and it doesn't seem troublesome for them, it's because they had more training, because they became more flexible through time, and you will become too. But if in the beginning there's a lot of tension in your knees, it's very painful. What we consider to be true and good in our dojo is you don't have to always sit like that. Just you can start with it, just allow yourself to sit like this for a bit to develop the flexibility, but then you can switch. And most of the times what's suggested is that you can sit, for example, cross-legged or one leg bent above the other. Most important though is that you don't push out the feet forward. In the Asian culture, and including the Japanese culture, pushing out the feet forward is considered a very rude sign, because the feet are considered the dirtiest part of the body, and if you present it to someone else, it's a big sign of disrespect. So try to never turn out the feet towards your instructor or other Aikidoka, and same applies to the showman, which we're going to speak about soon too. Do not turn your legs out to the showman, since it's a sacred, it's considered to be a sacred place. But whether you're sitting Seiza or cross-legged, in most of the dojos, it should be fine. Just when you want to bow, it's probably best to sit in Seiza. And when you bow, you place both hands facing to each other. There's a bit of a gap between the palm and the ground. You place it together and you bend, and depends how deeply you bend. It depends on how much respect you want to show. But most of the times you will bow quite deeply, sometimes even all the way to the ground, especially when you're bowing to the showman, starting the training. But we'll look at bows more specifically later too. So just to start with, this is Seiza, and you can become better in it with time. Probably it's going to be hard in the beginning, but don't worry, you're going to get there. Now in terms of a Hakama, again, I'm not a professional. This is not my sphere. I'm just wearing it as an Aikidoka, so I will share the method I'm using, but again, it works for me. So when you take your Hakama, first of all, the way I do it, I grab at the front, so you leave the back just hanging. You step in with both of your legs, just directly inside. Now, turning around, the back is dropped back there. You grab it and pull it up all the way above the belt. So this part is called koshita. It's a bit of it's more of a firm part. So that part, the bottom of it, you place it just above the belt. So now, the two lines going out of it, it goes straight under the belt. You bring them both out. Now, tying them is a bit similar to tying a belt. Left side goes on the top, squeeze. Right side goes on the top, squeeze, and that's it for the moment. Now, as you see, the Hakama is already holding itself, so we're ready to grab the front. Similar to as we did with the Koshita on the back, we place the upper line above the belt. Place the upper line above the belt. Now, the lines of it goes around on the top of the belt. Goes around the Koshita. Take it out again. It's similar to tying a belt. Now, squeeze it. Now the next time it goes under the belt, one side, the other. So both go under the belt right here. And here's, as you see, this is my belt that I tied before. So everything goes under, and again, similar to tying a belt. Left goes on top, right bottom, squeeze. Now, take it again, once more, drive it around. So as far as I remember, I think that those lines can be a bit shorter, so if they're shorter, one time wrapping around should be enough, but shorter ones, so you have to check it out yourself. But to finish up, so yeah, we're here at the last part. Again, left goes on the right. Now, similar to tying a belt, the top goes through everything. So there's a lot of material here, a lot of stripes. You have to really go under it all. Again, squeeze it, then right goes on top, through the bottom, and tighten. So there, you have a Hakama. You can also, that upper line that is there, you can, if you prefer, you can put it in. Sometimes it helps you make it a bit firmer. And here we are. This is Hakama which holds itself. And as I said, there's different ways to do it. There's different ways to do the end. But I hope this one worked for me for quite a few years. So I really hope that this works for you too. And we can move on from here. Now to finish up this part, I'm going to show how I fold my Hakama. Again, I believe there's different ways, and this is not my specialty, but as always, I'm going to share what I do. So I hope that works for you too. Now, when you grab it, the way I was taught that it's important to see there's an inside which separates both sides. So it's important that that inside is looking at the right. So when you place it on the right, then you can bring the Hakama together. Now we'll begin off with the back side. So one way that I do, one way that works for me, you can, so with one hand, you're pushing both upper sides so it holds firmly, and then with the other arm, you place it down under the Hakama, and you kind of fold it out right here. So now bring these aside. So the back is a bit easier. There's not so many pleats. My pleats are not so visible, mind that, because I don't fold my Hakama as often. If it would be folded more often, the pleats would be more obvious and would be easier actually to fold it. But nevertheless, one side is on the top, so the other side, I give it a shape, form it. It goes, so this is the bottom, so that means the other side goes above it. I place it up. Again, I put the shape, make sure it's straight, and that's it for, only that for the back. This is a bit of a hard, tricky part to flip it away. So flip it on the other side, it's like a pancake. So I grab, again, both tops. One trick to do it is you place the palm on the Hakama. As you lift it, I'm going to lift it in the air and push this left arm under it. So here. You might need a few times, you might need a few tries to do it, but in the end, when you get used to it, it's not that hard. Now we take the lines, throw it to the side. We're not going to need them at the moment. So again, the process is similar as on the back, but so it's going to be folded according to the pleats. Again, some of them are upper, some of them are bottom. We start by the center, so I uncover the center. I pull out the line, I fold it nicely. make it flat. Then I grab the next one, again, fold it. The next one, fold it. Make sure the back is straight too. So when I'm done with one side, I go to the other. Okay, here, fold it. Here, fold it. And make sure the back is straight. Now, at the end, I take the back as well and pull it all the way up to the center. Again, make it straight, make it flat. Back here, all the way to the center, straight. There's a bit of a mistake here, so I just take care of it. So now, it's a straight form. Go straight from all the way. It's folded up to the center. Now, what I do next, I cut it into about 3 parts. So here, I fold it once, twice, thrice, all the way up to the koshita, here. Now, at this moment, I can take care of the lines. Again, as far as I'm conscious, there's different ways to do that. I'll share mine. So, I align both of the lines together. And here, I'm going to start with the longer ones. Make sure it's not twisted. Here. And once more, I'm going to cut it into a few parts. So I'm going to cut it into 3 parts. So again, 1 fold. It's sometimes a bit tricky to calculate that. Twice and 3 times. Make a bit space. There's a bit space left here, so that when you put this whole thing on top, it folds onto itself. Right here, it goes diagonally through the whole hakama. Same on the other side. So, 1, 2, 3. Everything goes on top. Right. Okay, so now a bit of a trickier part. The shorter ones are going to tangle the longer ones, so it mirrors the one below it, goes on top through the whole thing, goes on the bottom through everything, a bit similar to tying a belt, goes out. Then goes back, but just through one side, and tucks itself in under the lower part. Now, if it's longer, I cut it in half, and that moment, the very top, there's one line which it can go under. It goes through that line here. It tucks itself nicely as it kind of locks itself. So I'm going to repeat the process on this side. Goes on top, on the bottom, through everything, through the center. Then, on top of the first part, under the second part, since mine are quite long, fold it and put it through. So this is not yet the end, but we're getting there. So now, this whole nice lock, I take it, drop it above. Now the folded hakama, I fold it once more in half, so this is very tiny, very small, and then I can put that lock on top, also fixing it in one place. And as you see, the hakama becomes very small, doesn't take a lot of space, very compact, and it's easy to bring anywhere you need. So as mentioned before, the Japanese culture was a lot based on the sitting tradition, the formal sitting, probably the only formal sitting in the world, in the history of the world. And obviously when you sit in Seiza, if you would always have to get up to go from one place to the other, that would be ridiculous. So what we end up having to learn is, again, what I mentioned called Shiho or Shiko, the walking on the knees. And again, it might need some flexibility, and it's a bit tricky to do that. You might need time to develop it, to become comfortable at it. But there's also certain points which, when you know, it's going to make the walking much easier. So we're going to look at those points. So when you start walking Shiho, it's very practical to be on the toes, and that's the traditional way you are going to walk. You still keep a distance between the knees, but the feet will stay together most of the time. That's important, so take note of that. So when you want to walk forward, it's a lot about using the hips, which is a good point because the hips are very important in Aikido. So you develop the hip movement, and it's also a lot about shifting the weight. So the shifting part is, if you want to move forward, first of all, you're going to be diagonal. There's one knee is going to be more in the front, so that's going to be considered the front knee. So on the front knee, you bring your whole weight. You bring your whole weight on the front knee. Now the other knee, the other leg becomes light. The feet become light. The feet stay together, and as you're here on the front knee, you shift your hips. You push your hips forward, and you move the feet. You move the toes forward. Now, as we continue, the whole weight is going to go on the other leg, and shift weight, bring the legs forward. So as you observe me walking, you see the feet are together. As I walk, the feet move always together. There is a distance between the knees, but the feet are together. That's going to make your walking much easier. When you walk backwards, it's the same, but the shifting of the weight is opposite. So now the back leg, I'm going to bring my whole weight on the back leg. This side becomes light, the feet become light. I move the hips, I throw the hips out, and feet together. One step back. Weight on the other leg, on the other knee. 2 steps back. So if I walk faster, there's 1, 2, 3, and I continue walking. So if you are able to catch the way the movement of the weight works, the throwing out of the hips, the Shiho walking is going to become much more easier. Notice that with the Hakama, it's actually, with the white pants, it's easier because there's more surface which is sliding in between, so you're more sliding on the ground. Without it, it's going to become more difficult. And one more reason why it's a bad idea to come to Aikido with shorts, because bare skin on the mat, it won't slide. It's going to be quite a hell for you. So always wear long pants, become a Nidan, Shodan, get the Hakama too. Now there's something else as you do the Shiho movement. There's also the arms, the hands. In the beginning, it might be very hard already to catch the legs, so you don't have to always worry about the arms. Probably your instructor is going to ask you to at least hold the arms forward. So it's also coming from the traditional Aikido stance. The fingers are extended, their hands are brought up a bit. And what you should be actually happening, although my knees are diagonal, I am looking forward, so my arms are fully extended in the front, shoulders relaxed. And since the left knee now is forward, also the left arm is forward. Naturally, the body is tilted sideways, so the other arm is going to be behind. And as I move forward, I always keep the center line. As I move forward, the arms don't move. I'm always present with the arms at the center line, so to be ready, to be safe. So as I move the hips, as I move the knees, the arms will switch, but they will stay at the center. So here, arms switched. Now the right one is forward, but I still maintain the center line. Arm switch, center line. Walking backwards, the same. Arm switch, center line. Arm switch, center line. So as I show an example, so arms forward, legs move, backwards, the same. So the last movement we're going to look at is on the Shiho. side of the Aikido is called Irimi Tenkan. There's also a standing version, but since we're on the knees, we're going to look at the sitting version. Irimi means entering. Tenkan is a movement when you turn around at the spot where you are. So Irimi Tenkan is turning around with an entering, and it's a very important movement of the Aikido practice, since Aikido is a lot about entering rather than avoiding, rather than stepping back. In order to enter efficiently, fast, and to position yourself sideways to, first of all, to avoid the attack, to go out of the attack line, and to come just next to the attacker. The Irimi Tenkan movement is oftentimes used and can also be used on the knees. It's not as easy to perform, but I'm going to show you a few tricks how to do it. So the movement itself, if I show it fast, first of all, it's this. And then you can include the ends. 1, 2. Now how to do that? First of all, this time I will have to bring the knees together. The weight goes on the front leg. I step in. This time I'll bring the foot out. I step in, knee to knee. The weight shifts on the other knee. I turn back, throw out the other leg, and I stand again in a position. So there's 1. Throw the hips. 1, 2. Sometimes when you learn it, you can actually even use the arms from here to here to throw your hips. Here. So again, different from before. Normally we try to keep the feet together. This time the feet will separate. And then with the arms, as your left knee is forward, the left arm is forward. Then as you do the movement, the hands switch. They can go down and up, down, up, down, up, down, up. So the last but not least part of what we're going to look right now from the Shiho is the standing up. So actually the standing up is quite easy, quite self-explanatory, but nevertheless, you shift your weight forward. As you shift your weight forward, one leg goes up, the knee goes up, the back foot goes on the toe, and from here, you push the other leg and stand up. And the same way you can go back to Seiza. So you push one leg back, go on the knee, on the toes, toes bend back, and sit down. So 1, 2, 1, 2. So as we continue on to standing, we are going to look at some of the basic stances. We're going to look at the basic stance, and we're going to look at some basic movements, footwork, which is quite important in Aikido. Actually, Aikido techniques are a lot based on the footwork. There's a lot of basic movements which, when you connect to each other, when you figure out the feet, the technique becomes almost obvious. So the footwork is important. Some dojos will ask you to specifically train the footwork, some won't, but most of the dojos will. So we're going to look at this right here. Also, when people ask, how can I train Aikido when I'm alone, when I don't have a partner, one way to do it is actually to train the footwork and the stance. So to begin on with the stance, the Aikido stance actually comes from the sword stance. So oftentimes we start with the right foot forward. The sword stance is here, arms extended, forward, feet in the same line. The front foot is straight forward. The back leg, the back foot is a bit sideways, a bit towards the front. There's a fair distance between the legs. It's more or less about a bit wider than the hips. It can also vary based on the situation. The weight is, most of the times, the weight is distributed 50-50 based on both feet. 50% on one foot, 50% on the back foot. So that why it's good, because first of all, there's no extra stress on the knees or on the legs, which is good. And then to continue on, when you have equally spread on both feet, you can move both backwards and forward easily. And that's because if you have your whole weight on the back leg, not only is there more stress on the knee, which can damage the knee, but also you won't be able to move back. You will be able to move efficiently forward, but not back. And since in Aikido, we oftentimes want to deal with many attackers at the same time, you want to be able to move at all directions in that moment. Also, why the stance is good is because it's very easy to turn around and see what's behind you. So we'll look at the turning around just soon after, but here I can quickly turn. If I stand in a horse stance or just in a general stance, to turn around for me now, I need to do a lot of extra movement, which if we would slow down the video, it would take more time. Here, very quick, and also my body is a bit sideways, so there's not a lot of space for attacking. There's not a lot of openings. Right here, there's a lot of openings. Right here, I'm more safer. So if I take the center line, now I'm quite protected. And as I mentioned, the same applies to being without the sword. So if I put down the sword, or if I just tuck it in, right here, the hands stay the same as if I would be holding a sword. So that's actually one reason why we train the sword, the movements of the sword, because it actually helps us understand and become better at the Aikido stance. So again, as in the Shiho, the hands are fully extended. One arm is going to be more forward than the other one. We could go more in depth about the way the back works, the hips work, and maybe we'll do it in the future, but right now we're going to skip through that. We're going to look ahead to the movements of the feet. So if you want to turn around, first of all, the front foot turns, and then the back foot, and that's it. Right now you're facing at the other direction. Front foot, back foot. Now, as we continue looking at the feet movement, there's normally two general directions of how the feet work. Some of the dojos will ask you to always stay on the foot and turn it here, so actually you can turn both feet at the same time. But at the same time, do notice that that actually brings extra tension to the knee. So if you have knee problems, be careful about that. Although yet again, some dojos might ask you specifically to do that, to never lose touch with the ground. Other dojos, they will allow you to bring the foot up. So now I bring one foot, other foot. So there is a stepping, which is better for the knees, but you might lose just a bit of that moment, where you could turn both feet at the same time. But since we want to protect our knees, and in our dojo it's normal to bring the feet up, so the movement is here. So that's the turning in the spot, looking at a different side. Now some of the other basic movements, there's a movement called Kaiten. So Kaiten is you step forward, and then same way, you turn back. So you step forward, and then you turn. Step forward, you can actually put the front foot already sideways, so you would step straight ahead, or you can step and then turn. Same applies with the other foot. If the other foot is forward, step, turn, step, turn. If you look at the arms, as you step forward, the arms can go down to the center. As I step around, the arms go back. So this was Kaiten. Now if we look further, there's a Tenkan, which is also an important basic common movement in Aikido. So now we first turn and then step back. Turn, step back. Arms in front. Turn, turn, step back. Turn, step back. There's also some other movements, but the basic three ones was Tenkan, Kaiten, and now we look at Irimi Tenkan. So we can notice that there's the Irimi, the entering, and then Tenkan, the turn at the spot. So I will enter with the front foot, turn in the spot, and then turn around. So there's an Irimi, an entering, and a Tenkan, I shift the weight, I move back. So Irimi Tenkan, it's going to always turn out. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. So this movement is very common in many Aikido techniques, so it's good to practice. It also develops your hip movements, so there's a lot of things in it. And again, there's a lot of details we could look at here, but we're going to stop at the moment at this point. And if you develop these movements on your own or with an instructor, they might help you develop your techniques too. In this part, we're going to look at Ukemi, or the way of receiving, responding, but more specifically roles. In our official YouTube channel, whether you're watching this through the YouTube channel or through the television, on the YouTube channel you can find many different Ukemi tutorials we specifically did, which are very in-depth. There's a lot of details to them. So if you feel you need extra details there, which normally is the case because Ukemi is not so easy, so please do go there. Our channel is Aikido Shulei. You can find it here above. You can write a text. But just to give a short introduction to Ukemi, some ideas, some basic principles to start with. But first of all, I want to say that obviously Ukemi, when rolling, there's some danger. But most of the times, the trouble comes when you're either afraid or when you're ambitious. That's the way I say that. That's where the trauma comes. That's where people most of the times hurt themselves. When they're afraid and they tense up and they do it, and the tension is just, or the hesitation doesn't allow them to fully perform the movement and they hurt themselves. Ambition is when they decide, you know what, they feel that they're not ready to do this. Since he showed jump over 5 people, and the person feels that, okay, he's not ready, but the ambition says, everybody else does it, I trained for years, I need to do it too, and then I do it, and then I hurt myself. So first of all, when you train Ukemi, let go of fear, let go of hesitation, and don't go to ambitions. That's very important if you want to stay safe. So if you are in a bad day, if you feel some pain when you roll, just don't roll. Stop. Ask your partner not to throw you, or just if that's not allowed, stop the training. Make sure you respect your body. You can better miss 1 day of training and recover and train for a month rather than train 1 day, hurt yourself, and not train for 1 month. So be conscious about that. So some key principles is, first of all, notice that all rolls are based on being round. A square doesn't go so nicely, doesn't roll in a good way. A ball or a round shape does. So when you practice rolling, or when you start to practice rolling, make sure you're round. If the back is straight and you're going to go like that, you're going to go flat on the back, it's going to be painful. But if you round up your back here, now you can roll. So actually this is a good exercise to start with, to warm up and to feel that round feeling. So round your back, arms in front, 1 leg is under, other in front. So just allow yourself to roll back and forth a few times with 1 leg, then the other. Then from here you can actually continue on to the backward roll. Now in the backward roll, there's something very important, especially when you're learning. Take note that the backward roll goes through 1 shoulder. It doesn't go through both shoulders. So per se, if I roll back, if my head is straight, shoulder straight, I roll here. If I try to roll back through this way, I'm gonna hit my neck, I'm gonna tense my neck and injure it. So be careful, don't do that. If you want to roll properly, if you want to do a proper backward roll, you need to make sure you go through 1 shoulder. So normally, if your left leg is in front, or the front leg, that means you're going to roll through that shoulder. This leg you're going to push and kick back through that shoulder over it. So front leg goes over the same shoulder, left leg, left shoulder. Now in order to make space for it, your head can either tilt to the side, to the opposite side, or you can just watch at the knee. Then naturally it makes space here. Also slightly tilt away from that knee so that everything is lined, making space for that shoulder. Arms go through it at the same time. If you have the arms here, they're going to fall nicely on the ground at this moment. It's going to also give you the momentum to roll. You can that you're trying to touch with the toes the mat over and above your shoulder. So make sure the head is not in the way. Arms, leg, push up and back here. So I pushed myself nicely with the arms. Also, if your toes are up, then you go on the toes here. Yeah, it's then a good roll. It's oftentimes a mistake to go too much through one side, through the side, so we really have to go up and back. But again, these are just basics. Make sure you don't hurt me. If you need more advice, you can check our channel at more in-depth tutorial. Now, as we roll forward, we could roll from the shoulder, placing down the shoulder, but the more general roll is from the knee or standing. So a few tips not to get hurt yourself here. Again, no fear. If you're afraid, this looks quite far. So in the beginning, there's a distance here. So if you're afraid, the body is psychologically going to want to make that distance shorter, and your arm is going to bend, and that's not a good way. Now this, look, it's not round, it's square. You're going to hit your elbow, then you're going to hit your knee, you're going to hit your shoulder, you're going to hurt yourself. So it's very important, first of all, that the arm is straight, that you don't bend it. Do remember that. And also, the arm is looking towards yourself. Now, there's a bit of a round shape here, but don't bend it. Keep it straight. The other arm, you can hold your weight on it. It's kind of a safety way. And then as you roll, make sure the arm is again straight, and you're gonna roll through that whole arm. Not just on the shoulder, not over both shoulders, but through that arm, through that shoulder. Straight arm, push yourself, roll over that arm. So many times people injure themselves because they try to shorten that distance, they bend the arm, they don't maintain a round feeling, they're too square, and they hurt themselves. So make sure you don't do that. Arm straight for the forward roll, for the backward roll, head to the side. Again, if you need more tips, check our channel, write questions. We're going to always be happy to answer, make requests. But these two things, if you get them right, probably they should protect you from many dangers and give you the initial space for training the rolls and being safe while doing it. Normally the first high fall that people learn is a Kote Gashi high fall. So as I bring the person down here, it's very important that the person would turn in. Most of the people turn out and then they go flat on the back. It really doesn't feel great, but you actually have to turn in, bring the hand towards the center and go around the arm. So I'm gonna throw, he's gonna go above and over the arm. So in a more fuller manner, it's here, he turns towards the arm. So Kote Gashi is common to be the first high fall because it's quite low. You actually can go easily over it. As we continue on to, for example, Shiho Nage, it's tougher because here, psychologically and actually visually, the hand is so high above. And here, people are confused, you know, how could you jump over that? But the trick is, actually, what he does, I actually try to do that to him, and he does to himself. He actually turns towards that shoulder. So it's the same thing as before, it's just a different position. Hand in front of the center, he's ready to go over it. So as I'm gonna throw, I'm gonna give him energy, he's gonna use that, turn inside the arm, not out. Most people go out, and throw. Same applies to Irimi Nage. Here. Again, people are confused, how can you do a backflip here? But actually, in Irimi Nage, you already turn towards, but I will turn him towards in, but he will also turn himself. And here, as you see, his head, his body goes again towards the center, same way as before. The point of reference, the point of the tilt is going to be my hand. I'm going to hold him here. He's going to turn around that. So it's best done with energy in movement. So he's turning in, and I throw. So he's turning in, and I throw. Just a couple more to mention. Kokyo Nages. They're a lot about actually holding, either the person holding, the person who's throwing you holding, or you're holding yourself. So for example, if we're doing a receptive Kokyo Nage, if I want him to do a high fall, I actually grab him here so he has a point of reference to turn over. He actually holds me too, but if the person doesn't know how to do the high fall, this will end up bad. But if he does know, he will go over that arm and simply use the point of reference. So as I throw here, I hold, and he goes over, same way as in Kote Gashi. A bit trickier is with the Ukemi version of Kokyo Nage. Here he needs to go over that arm. He won't be able to dive over this arm. So when I will throw, he will actually have to grab my hand by himself. So here he holds, and I hold him, and then there's the high fall. There's a few more variations, but we'll show you the last one. So the famous Kokyo Nage. As I go under, again, normally it's common to hold the armpit, so there would be a point of reference, and in a similar way, he goes over my hips, turns out, and as he has the point of reference, he folds over. We're going to look at something quite simple but very efficient. And to put it simply, we're going to look at how to use Aikido to get out of grabs and what are the principles lying behind it. So let's not waste any more time, and let's go in there straight ahead. So in Aikido, we work a lot with different grabs, and one of the key moments of almost any technique is, first of all, to get out of the grab. And sometimes you can maybe learn it in a mechanical way, just by knowing A, B, C, what to do when, but also there are underlying principles, which if you get, you don't need to think about it when somebody grabs you, and you can just use it to get out, and you don't actually need strength for that. So they're really great. So we'll look at the key principles, the main principles of one of those variations. If my partner grabs me, this is a mirror stance. Some dojos call it katate dori, some gyakute dori, but basically let's call it a mirror stance. So now, if you look at the hand here, there's a few moments that are important to notice. So one of them is there are 4 fingers here and 1 finger here, the thumb. So 4 fingers are stronger than 1 finger. It just makes absolute sense. Also, depends on the size of the hand, but there's either a gap here. So even if there's no gap, still this is the weak spot. This is where there's a point for breaking loose. So what we'll look at mostly is we'll focus on the thumb, on the 1 finger, and we'll focus on this gap. So now, if I want to get myself out of this, if I move towards the 4 fingers, there's no space here and they're strong, so I'm not going to do that. If I move towards the thumb, so that's one possibility. If I move up, my hand up, towards the thumb, it starts to break loose and it goes out. So that's one way. I go towards the thumb and out. So even if he holds very strong, it's still doable. I use a little bit of leverage here. I'm not pushing. If I just push up, it's not going to be enough. I use my fingers and my hand to have some leverage. The elbow goes down, and the leverage breaks out through that gap and that 1 thumb. So now an extra thing we could add, and this you can see in some of the techniques, if I want to break loose and I tilt my hand up, he can also potentially, theoretically, he can also lift his hand up at the same time. Here, he might block me from releasing myself, from becoming free. So what I can do, I can grab his hand with the other hand from the top so that he wouldn't lift his hand as I lift my hand up. And as I grab him, hold him here, then I go up and out, here. You can also go a bit towards yourself, here. So now, this you can see in some techniques. For example, I go here, and then I can do an Irimi Nage, or you can also do it the same way. You can do it here by blocking the arm on the side, and then an Irimi Nage. There's various options, but then the key principle is still thumb and the gap in between. Also, another way to do it is instead of going up, you can also go to the side towards yourself. So, for example, again, first of all, I enter with my body. So when the hand is in front of the center, it becomes much stronger because I can use the hips. So now I'm grabbing him so he wouldn't follow me. And then this time I'm not going to go up, but I'm going to go towards the gap. And also where the thumb is showing, I'm going to turn my hand. So this will release his grip and make it easier for me to go out. So I turn my hand towards where his thumb shows, and I go out of the gap. And now if I use my hips as well, if I add my hips here, it becomes even stronger. So I connect the same principles. This time I'm not using leverage as much as his energy, his direction of the movement here. So even if he holds very, very strong, it shouldn't be much of a problem really to go out. I'm not pushing against him, I'm not going force against force, but I'm actually just using the principles which help me. Then I could go into a technique, but right now we're going to stop here. Now, just to sum it up, to show you something extra, sometimes in Aikido, when we get used to very specific grabs, if a person grabs me in a different way, for example like this, our tendency is to say, you're doing it wrong, this attack doesn't exist. You know, but technically he could do whatever, theoretically he could do whatever he wants. So not to get lost here, same principles apply. Thumb, gap, hold the arm. So I'm not going towards myself this time, I'm not going towards the four fingers, I'm going towards the thumb and towards the gap, here. So he can grab any other way. Here, again, I'm not gonna go towards myself. The gap is here, thumb. I go towards here, use my whole body. We'll show it the same for the other side. So I'm not going here, there's no space here. Thumb, gap, body, hold, out with the whole body. And that actually worked. All right, so as you see, the same principles can work in many different situations, and if you know the principles behind the movement, then you're free to react, to respond to any different situation, which is great because you're unlimited. So it's very good to know the principles behind the technique you're doing. So I hope you got the sense of the principles here, and I hope that next time somebody grabs you in a different way, you know how to get out of it. As we continue on to practicing with a partner, first of all, we will start with a bow. So bowing to a partner, the feet are quite close, almost together. Normally as you bow, you bring the hands flat on your thighs. The depth of the bow, how deep you bow, depends in the Japanese culture on what you want to express, whether very deep gratitude or just a slight hello. So it can be very, very tiny, very short. If you're in a rush, it can be deeper to show that you're really ready, to show that you're ready, or if you really want to thank a partner, you can go all the way down. But normally in Aikido practice, you won't, during training, you won't need that. At the same time, when we speak about the martial mentality, if you always want to keep the connection with the partner. So as you bow, it's a good idea to just gently at least see the back is straight, by the way. So we bow together to each other. Some of the dojos will say onegaishimasu here, some will just start. So again, notice what your dojo does. And now we both stand in a stance, in a kamae. So based on the way the feet stand, there's different Aikido terms. What is what? So the stances, there's Aihanmi and Gyaku Hanmi. But we won't actually look at that because different dojos might consider the movement differently. But if we look at the grabs, if my partner grabs me here, now again, as I mentioned, some dojos will have the terms presented in a different way. So for example, in our style, which is connected to the Ivama style, this is kata dori. Kata means same, te, hand, dori, grab. So kata, te, dori, same side grab. So this you can consider to be the same side in the mirror way. But at the same time, if my partner grabs me here, now we're diagonal, it's my left arm, his left foot, my left foot. So in a sense, this is also the same side. So it depends on the dojo, which it will consider to be the same side. In our dojo, this is called gyakute dori, which is gyaku means the opposite. Gyakute, te means the hand, dori grab. So gyakute dori is the opposite hand grab. So again, it's based on how you will consider. For us, opposite, it's because on the mirror way, this is diagonal. That's what we consider to be opposite. Now, when we stand in front of each other, if we bring the arms forward, there's something which is called mai, or to put it simply, a proper distance. You want to be in a distance where the partner wouldn't be able to touch you without moving his legs. If I can punch him, hit him without moving my feet, that's too close. That's too dangerous because it's too unpredictable, happens too quick. So that when you stand, if you're standing where you won't be able to touch the partner with a step that's too wide of a stance, too far apart. But if there's a distance where after one step I can actually touch him, that's the proper mai, that's the proper way to stand. As we move on, we will look at some of the basic attacks in Aikido. There's a good number of attacks, but at the same time they're limited. There's no kicks. But many of the Aikido attacks are grabs. So we looked at two already. There's in our dojo considered the katate dori, where you grab just above the wrist. The opposite side is gyakute dori. Now, as we continue on, there's also means the dori, the shoulder grab. Now, if you add ryo, which means both, so ryo katadori, both shoulders grab. Feet stay the same. Same with the hands. If he grabs one hand, it's katate dori. If he grabs two hands, it's ryo te dori. Ryo both, te hands, dori grab. So ryo te dori, both hand grab. Also, you can grab one arm with two hands. So here, he grabs like a sword. This is called moro te dori. Again, there's the te, there's the dori. Now notice here that my thumb is pointing down. That's because now my elbow is pointing up, and if I try to touch him, he can push me back. If my thumb is up, my elbow is down, now I can bend the arm, and if I try to touch him, I can bend the arm and he can't keep the distance, so this attack doesn't really make sense because he can't hold me. So either when he grabs, either he turns around, or if I'm nice uke, I give him the arm in that way. So there's also mune dori. Mune is the lapel. So he grabs here. Most of the times you're going to be standing on the same side. He grabs the lapel right here. Also there's grabs from behind called ushiro. Ushiro means back in Japanese. So if I turn back, I present him both arms. He grabs my both hands, my both arms. Normally I give the hands already pointing forward. So that's looking into the future. As I step back, I want to have the space to turn the hands so that I could lift his elbows. So that's the main reason why I'm presenting the hands forward. Also with the feet, his same foot is just behind me. It's a good idea to have the foot a bit to the side because normally when we do the technique, we step back so that I wouldn't stomp his leg. Also, when it's this leg, his groin is protected. If he would change the legs, now it's quite easy to hit him here. So it's a good idea for him to switch the legs. Here he's more protected. Also there's the Ushiro Ryokata, so the shoulder grab from behind. And there's also the Eridori, so just grabbing the lapel from the behind. And the last one, Ushiro Kubishime, is when he grabs part of the lapel and the hand here. So now it's a mix of two different attacks. So these are the grabs, and also there's the strikes, there's the punches. There's less of them, but still they are important. Most of the times when you hear the attack tsuki, some people say tsuki, but actually you can, most of the times Japanese pronounce it tsuki. It's written tsuki, but you can pronounce it simply tsuki. So the tsuki is normally chodan tsuki. It's the core, the punch to the core. Oftentimes you go for the solar plexus. So there's different ways you can do the tsuki, do the punch, but most of the times you'll start with legs diagonal, the opposite stance. I hold the hand just next to my hip, to the side. I step forward, and then I punch the other hand being in the front so that I would protect myself if he would hit back. We could also add a jodan tsuki. Jodan is the head level, and I would punch to the face right here, but most of the dojos actually won't introduce that to you. They'll go just for the chodan tsuki, which they'll call simply tsuki. So now there's also shomenuchi. Remember the word shomen, the face of the dojo. Shomen, sho means the front, men the head, uchi strike. So it's the front head strike. It can be applied, it can be done either with the front foot forward. I hold the hands in the traditional Aikido stance. I step with the front foot. I raise my hand, step with the back foot, and cut to the front of the face, holding the other hand as a protection. It can also be done with the back leg forward. And also in Iwama style, what is introduced is that I raise my hand, and as I raise my hand, he responds and raises his hand, and we connect here. So in a sense, I go towards his head, but in the way I want him to respond, I want to have his arm so I could do a technique. So I raise my hand, he raises his hand, we meet here. That's one way to do shomenuchi 2. Now the next one is yokomenuchi. Yoko means the diagonal side, so yokomen, the diagonal side of the head, yokomenuchi. I step with the back leg, I raise the hand here, and as I finish the step, I turn my hips, I use my hips, and strike to the side, diagonal side of his head with this part of the hand. Again, the other hand is present so that I would be able to defend. Some of the dojos will do it differently. Some of the dojos will actually show you that they're going to attack you with the yokomenuchi, so they're going to bring that hand here and then turn from the hips. In our dojo, we raise the hand here so that the person would know whether it's shomen or yokomen, and at the last moment, we turn. Now, just to add a couple of more thoughts as food for the brain, the shomenuchi and yokomenuchi, it's true that it's not often attacking. You won't see many people striking from above or striking through the side, but you don't have to see these specific attacks as they are. Again, you have to remember that Aikido is based on the tradition of the Japanese, the samurai culture, and a lot of these attacks come actually from the sword. So if I would have the sword, there would be a straight cut down, there would be a diagonal cut through the side, which then translates to the hands, so that if you're able to deal with the hands, then you're able to deal with the sword. But to the modern day, it can actually apply in the same way. So for example, if you grab a bottle, and obviously this would be glass, if somebody goes up and strikes from above, that you can expect more. Or if somebody goes diagonal from the side, and if you're able to deal with it without the bottle, then if you add the bottle, not much really change. So that's one way you could see it. You rather learn principles of the movement rather than defense against these certain movements, which would be rare. And then same also applies to the knife. Somebody could strike from above with a knife or from the side. So basically, again, you're not learning a specific attack, defense from a specific attack, but rather a principle of a certain line. So also just to add a couple of more attacks. One of them is also kata dori menuchi. So kata dori, as you already know, is the shoulder grab. Menuchi is the strike to the head. So he grabs my shoulder, and I initiate a shomenuchi for him to defend himself. And oftentimes there's also going to be a punch here. And then I go from here. It's more of an iwama attack. And also the shiro attacks can be done from a distance. So normally I present the arm. He grabs the arm and he goes around to grab the other one. So he would hold me here for the next movement for his own reasons. Same would apply for the shoulder. One shoulder, two shoulders. And obviously I would respond here. But the attacks, they can also be done from a distance. Actually, same for the grabs. You can start what's in Iwama called kihon, the static position. He grabs me and holds me here. Or you can start kino nagae. So that means we start from a distance. As he enters, he grabs, and I connect. I do a specific technique. In this section of the video, we're going to look at the basic principles of Aikido techniques, so that when you train Aikido techniques, oftentimes you will some general directions, some same principles in all techniques. And when you know those underlying principles, you can actually tap in and learn more easily, understand the techniques themselves. So that, for example, if we start with the katate dori, the same hand stance, first of all, notice here that in many Aikido techniques, when you start, we will be in an equal, what I call an equal stance. In front of me, I'm standing in front of him. It's just that there's one benefit he has my hand. He grabs me. Most of the times, it won't be just a grab, and you should see that coming. If somebody grabs you, he's either going to pull, push, or more likely than not, he'll use this as a reference point for a punch, a kick, pulling for the next step. So that's where the understanding of what's called the central line comes in, which is very important in Aikido. This is center of attack. So this is the line of the attack. This is the line of the attack, meaning it's very easy for him to punch me, kick me, to do something to me. So this is not a place where I want to stand. And most of the Aikido techniques will start with going out of this spot. So it can be either going here to the side, changing the legs going to the side. It can also be entering in front, but normally I just won't stand where I am. So as soon as he grabs, I do something, I move out. So moving out of the spot, that's the first point. Now the second one, most of the techniques will have bringing out of balance, what's called kuzushi. So for example, if I step to the side here, I won't just be standing here. The way I say it to my students, here he doesn't have anything to do, he's not occupied, he's bored, so he will punch me, kick me, he will do something. So I want to occupy him. So I move out of the attack line, I become safer, but then I occupy him by taking his balance. And I'm not doing it to the complete end, I'm doing it just enough so that he would be dependent on me, that he wouldn't be able to move unless I release him. So you can do it here. You can also do it with the other arm. And so that's what may happen. For example, if he's punching me, I step out of the attack line. So that's what we already discussed. And it's not just that I grab his hand, but actually I grab his hand and slightly bring him out of balance. So here he's occupied. Or for example, yokomenuchi, here I step out and I bring him out of balance. Also, gyakute dori, I step out of the center line and bring him out of balance. So this principle you will see oftentimes, and it's something you should be aware. Again, when you start training, most of the times you won't do that. You will just, it's happening and there's more danger. So I want to bring him out of balance. Another principle that could actually happen instead is me taking his center line. So for example, it's already have to be very cautious about stepping to this side where there's the attacking arm. So for example, if I step to this side where his other hand is, I'm actually coming closer to his attack. If I step to the other side, now I'm becoming farther away, becoming safer. But it is possible to step in. But if I would just step in, it would be just too dangerous. As I step in, I need to take his center line. So as I step in, for example, I could strike towards his head, or I could punch towards here, or I could either also take his center line through the arm. But nevertheless, I need to, again, bring him out of balance. It's just that the other examples were more receptive. I've more received his energy. Rather here, it's more active. Here I go straight towards him. But again, it's bringing out of balance, just a bit of a different type. And we can see it in different beginnings of technique too. For example, Yokomuchi, the first one we showed was a receptive one. I take his balance, I bring him out here. And rather there's also an active. When he strikes, I come in, I take his center line. Now again, he's busy, and from here, he's out of balance. From here, I can continue to move on. Also the same is in Kata Dori Manuchi, he's holding me. Here, I'm not going out of the attack line, but because I am taking his center line. Now when he's busy here, he won't be able to attack me. And also, Shomunuchi, I can receive, I can be receptive, bring him out of balance here, and also I can be direct here, taking his center line. But as you see, pretty much all beginnings of technique will have that. So do search for them. Also, two more principles we will mention about entering, or the beginning of our footwork. Most of the Aikido techniques will have entering, the Irimi. So for example, he's holding me Kapata Dori, and I'm doing a technique called Kaiten Nage. Here, I take his center line and I bring him out of balance at the same time, and then I enter next to him. Now, why it's good to be here? Because at this position, it's hard for him to reach me. It's hard for him to punch me. So here, I'm actually quite safe. Notice, by the way, again, I'm taking his center line here, but then this spot for me is safer. It's hard for him to reach me, and it's easy for me to reach him. So if I continue, I'm actually close to him. And actually, this principle you do develop from the very beginning with what's called Tai no Henko. So the very basic movement, which is sometimes hard to understand why you do it. But here, as I do this movement, I come out to this safe spot where I can reach him and he can't reach me. So many techniques, Aikido techniques, will consist of that. With a few exceptions. So for example, if there's a tsuki, if there's a punch, I could enter directly, but it's fairly dangerous. I can enter, again, to the side here where I'm safe, but at the same time there's an option to step back. It's just I don't step back completely just straight forward because I'm still in the attack line. I want to go out of the attack line, but I step diagonal here. Now, it's harder for me to reach him, but I still have his hand. But the problem here is that he can still punch me, kick me. I'm in a dangerous zone, but nevertheless, I can also grab him, take him out of balance, and continue on with the technique. That's still possible. So to summarize it up, the main principles is going out of the attack line, bringing him out of balance, taking his center, potentially taking the center line, also going into a safe zone where I'm safe, and the bringing out of balance continues. And also the last point actually will include is that many Aikido techniques are actually using what I call giving space. So as you know, the famous way to introduce Aikido is not using your force, but using the partner's energy against him, quote unquote. So that's the way you can actually do that. So in many techniques, for example, Ikkyo, if I'm here, if I try to push him down now, if I try to bring him there or towards myself, I will need to use force. But if I move out, if I give him the space where I was, actually both energetically, physically, and psychologically, it's much easier and more attractive for him to move in here. So if I give him space, he will be much more inclined to follow me, to go there. And same applies in many techniques. For example, Shomenuchi, Irimi Nage, most of the times, most people will try to pull the person towards myself, towards themselves. But if I give him space, if I move out and then I cut, it's much easier for him to go in. Same with tsuki, for example. I'm not trying to pull him towards me, but I move out, I bring him into where I was. Also, if you do Kote Gashi, I'm not pushing him towards myself or towards him, I'm giving him the space here. It's a lot about giving space, which makes Aikido life much easier. Now, at this part of our video, we're going to look at all the different techniques. So we looked at the attacks, and what's interesting is that the end of the technique will always be the same. They won't change. Just you will have to, based on how the attacks change, that's how the beginning of the specific technique is going to change. But nevertheless, if you know a technique, it will be the same technique. There's some of the techniques have variations how to do it, but nevertheless, the end is pretty much always going to be the same as always. Just the beginning is switching. So there's not that many different techniques by themselves in Aikido, but the differences, the variations oftentimes depend on the beginning of the technique. So we actually won't have to spend so much time here looking at all the different techniques themselves. So now the first 6 ones to mention are called principles. So it's Ikkyo, Nikyo, Sankyo, Yonkyo, Gokyo, and Rokyo. So Ikkyo, Nikyo, these are numbers. So if you know Japanese counting, ichi, ni, san, yon, go, roku, Ikkyo, ichi, Nikyo, ni, Sankyo, san, Yonkyo, yon, and so on. So there's a number, and Ikkyo, the rest of the part means the principle. So there's the first principle, second principle, third principle, and so on and so on. So the first principle is, my partner Martinez is going to be just simply responsive. He won't attack me, but I'll show the principles. So the first one, Ikkyo, is classified by the fact that I grab him just above the elbow, grab his hand, and there's either receptive or active movements of Ikkyo. So omote or ura. Omote is front, ura is back. So the omote is I push him down here. The ending, again, is going to be the same as I go down. Ikkyo is quite simple in the fact that I simply bring him down and keep him here. I turn the elbow forwards. If the elbow is up, it will be easier for him to get up. But my feet are together. I'm staying on the toes. Now, if he's not flexible, I don't need strength here, and if he tries to get up, he won't be able to. Though, one thing to notice is that if I'm just keeping down here, if he's flexible and he understands how the technique works, he can actually bring his hips up and turn them out. So that's the weak part of Ikkyo. One way to go around that is to bring it out diagonally. Now here, it will be still possible, but harder for him. He's very, very flexible, so most likely he would be able to do it, but here you're a bit safe already. You could use the knee on top or simply another different variation of the principles which we're going to show, which are actually safer to do. Also, the receptive part is what I showed already before in the other part of the video, is I go behind him and I give him my space. So that's the receptive Ikkyo. Now, Nikyo is classified based on both the beginning and the ending. The omote version, it's similar to Ikkyo, but I go towards him and I bring him out. The back version is classified by bringing his hand next to the shoulder, turning myself in, and then bowing down. And then afterwards, the end, it's the same in both ways. As I bring him down, my one arm is going to hold the shoulder, the other one is going to hold his elbow so he wouldn't bend, and I go towards his head. That's the immobilization of Nikyo, the second principle. Now, Sankyo will be classified by holding the hand here and turning towards him, bringing him out. In some styles, omote will be, the front version is going to be next to the shoulder. You have to be careful of the elbow, having the fist turning here, and ura, both hands here. Some of the dojos will have just one variation. Also, as you cut, the omote version would be going in front and bringing him down, and the back version would be cutting down and going behind him, giving space. Now here you could actually do the Sankyo immobilization standing, just turning here, but the traditional one, you go down on the knees, you take over the Sankyo, maintain contact again with the elbow, and you go towards the head. So that's the third principle. Now the third principle, Yonkyo, the fourth variation, you cut with the hand like as if with a sword. There's also a nerve here which you could squeeze to give extra pain. It's actually not really necessary, but most dojos do that. So in Yonkyo, I cut as if I would have a sword. I bring him down, and here I either go for the nerve or just turn into the shoulder, immobilize him right here on the ground. It doesn't even have to be full. I did with the whole body. So it's a standing pin. If you do omote version, you will go forward. If you do ura, you will go behind, give him space right here. Kokyo is a bit more subtle because it's very similar to Ikkyo, and most of the times when you do Ikkyo, actually is going to be a Kokyo. So if you hold the hand down like this, it's Ikkyo. If you hold the hand up like this, it's then becomes Kokyo. So that's actually important when you work with the knife. With the knife, if you grab here from above, Ikkyo, it's easy for him to cut me. Here he can cut me. If you grab from below, as it's a Gokyo, now it's harder for him to cut. That's the importance of the Gokyo. Now when I go down here, I could take the knife right here, but Gokyo is, normally the way Gokyo is done, you bring the hand down, you pull it up by the sleeve, and then right here, he mobilizes himself. The fingers become easy, relaxed. I can take out the knife. This is normally considered Gokyo, and the same is without the knife. Now, Rokyo, the sixth pin, is a bit more dangerous, and so some of the dojos are not really introducing it much, and that's actually my case, that in our dojo, it was more dismissed as a more dangerous technique, so we wouldn't practice it much, so my Rokyo is not perfect at all. But the general principle is that I go here for the elbow. I'm bringing down the partner. Here, my elbow goes towards his elbow. It doesn't bend it this way, so there's pain. I could actually potentially even break his arm if I would be willing to. And I go down straight away. He has to adjust to me. And here I can actually just put a bit of weight towards the hand, and there's pain in the elbow, and that's the immobilization. So these are the 6 main principles. They work pretty much attack, so there's a lot of different variations. The following technique is Kote Gashi. Kote means wrist, Gashi means turn, so it's classified by the turning of the wrist. Some of the dojos go towards the partner through this empty gap. Some of the dojos pull the partner in. So there's different variations, but they're all going to be ending by turning of the wrist. There's a specific version of having this way of throwing Kote Gashi, but it's a more rare technique. And by the end of it, after the throw, when I turn the partner around, one immobilization, you can either do a Nikyo or just grabbing below the wrist, cutting here and immobilizing. You can also do a standing pin, right, which is quite comfortable and nice. Now, Shiho Nage, in Japanese there's 2 words for 4, shi and yon. So now, Shiho Nage, ho is direction, nage, throw. Nage, the throw, you will see in more than one instance. So the Shiho Nage, the way to explain the 4 directions, there's a few different interpretations. One of them is that you go through all 4 directions. You go west, east, north, south. Also, some dojos will say 4 directions because from here, technically you could throw in any different direction. So there's your 4 directions. So you can choose the way you interpret this, but nevertheless the technique will be the same. You cut through the person, you bring out this other shoulder, you go under. It's very important that you don't hold the hand behind you, but you keep it in front. You turn around, bring it towards the shoulder, and there's the throw. There's also a possibility to do an ura version. So omate is going through the front. Ura would be going behind. But nevertheless, again, Shiho Nage will be Shiho Nage. Maybe just one more thought. There's also different ways of bringing out. You can bring out the person here just as a connective exercise, or you can also create pain here. You can also maintain a painful pin here. So there's different ways. My own perspective is less pain the better, because Aikido shouldn't create resistance. Pain creates resistance, but also notice how your dojo does it. Now, Irimi Nage, Nage again, you see here the word throw. Irimi itself, as we spoke before, is the entering. So for example, here I enter, then I give him space, I bring him out, and Nage, I throw. Again, there's different ways to throw, but we won't look at that in depth right now. But again, all those Irimi Nages will consist of an entering, the yokomichi. Even if there's a receptive entry, still I enter here. And also, you can do it a static version. So a static version would be here. I don't bring him out, I go directly for the throw. A receptive one, I take him in and I. So interestingly enough, Kaiten Nage is also going to be a connection of Nage, throw, and Kaiten, the movement. So do remember from our previous parts, Kaiten is when you turn at the spot and step back. So that's what we're going to do here. So as I enter here, I step forward, turn around, step back, Kaiten Nage. So Kaiten Nage will be a moment where the partner is down, you're holding him, and you throw from here. Also, what's interesting with Kaiten Nage, there's 2 main different versions, Uchimavari and Sotomavari. Soto as Soto Deshi, outside student, outside variation. Uchi Deshi, inside student, inside variation. So, for example, the one I showed just now, this is Uchimavari. This is where I enter inside. And also there's the variation where I go from outside. I don't enter, I go through here. And when you do various Kaiten Nages, it will be either Sotomavari, Uchimavari, or you will choose which one. But for example, at ski, where he punches, here it's because I am from the outside. Now, Kokyo Nage is again one more instance of the hips. Is one more instance of Nage, the throw, connected with another word, and this time it's Koshi. Koshi is the hips, so it's a hip throw, which means you throw over the hips. So normally it consists of going inside, going under, and now it's either a wide stance where I shift my weight and I bring him on top of my hips, and then I can throw him, and I throw over the hips. So there's a wide stance throw, and also there's an instance of where I have my feet together. There's a smaller stance where I go down and up. Nevertheless, a Kokyo Nage will consist of throwing over the hips. Juji Nage, again, Nage throw. Juji means a cross in Japanese, so there is actually a certain cross in the technique. So here, I bring his arms together. There's a cross. I make a cross shape, and I throw, and I maintain that cross in this position. So Juji Nage will always have a cross. What's interesting is that many Juji Nages can be done from a Kote Gashi. So for example, if he does it ski, I bring him out. If I can do a Kote Gashi, I can also do a Juji Nage. It's not always Kote Gashi and Juji Nage together. There's also variations where it's just a Juji Nage, but it's an interesting point to notice. Now, last but not least, Kokyo Nage. Kokyo, again, it's a hard word to translate. Sometimes it's translated as a concentrated breathing, sometimes as concentrated energy, form of those two. But nevertheless, Kokyo Nage, it's a wide subject. Some of the Kokyo Nages can even actually be classified as certain techniques. But a lot of times, if you do a technique and you're not sure what technique it is, if it's not Shiho Nage, not Irimi Nage, a lot of it will be simply a Kokyo Nage. Some of the Kokyo Nages can be actually a connection between different techniques. So for example, I do Ikkyo. So Ikkyo, I can make it into an Ikkyo Nage, which could be considered. So it can actually be a connection between two techniques. So for example, Ikkyo, instead of going down, I will throw my partner. So it's Ikkyo Nage, which could be considered a Kokyo Nage. The same applies to Kaiten Nage. I enter, and instead of going down here, I'm actually going to throw, and that's considered a variation of Kaiten Nage, or again a Kokyo Nage. But many Kokyo Nages will either be receptive ones where I stand in the safe spot and I throw him right here. It can also be more active one where I simply go down. This can also be called Ukemi Nage, but again, it depends on the dojo. It can also be a variation where I go in and I receive him here. So there's many different variations. Or one more, Yokomenuchi, I pass him through and throw him. Kokyo Nage, a very wide subject. Shiro Retodori, he's trying to catch my one end, and I throw him with the other one. So there's many, many different Kokyo Nages, and even the endings of them are going to be different, but it will always end with a throw. They won't have a pin, unless you really want to add it. The throw will be necessary. So as you see, there's not as many techniques as you could think, but again, as you make variations, as you connect it with different attacks, it becomes a very wide world, a very wide subject, thousands of techniques. But as you know the beginnings, the attacks, as you know the ends, the movements themselves, the techniques, the world of Aikido becomes much more accessible. At a very basic technique, which is oftentimes taught as the first technique, it's called Katatedori Taina Henko. So this technique, oftentimes when somebody comes to a class and they see that technique, they don't really understand why you do it. Sometimes even advanced people who do it for a while, they have a sense of why they do it, but it's not very much clarified. So today we're going to look at exactly why we do it and why is it useful and how it works. So katatedori, the stance means same side hand grab. So my partner grabs on the hand, and now, so the technique itself, it's not actually a combat technique. Taina Henko, there's a lot of information in the technique, a lot of principles which help you develop the understanding of how Aikido works on a technical level and actually on a deeper level as well. But we're going to start with the technical level first. So when the hand is grabbed, normally it's not going to be grabbed without any reason. Probably nobody's going to stand there and just hold the hand. So if I grab the hand, most likely I will either pull, push, and there's a big chance that I will use my other hand to punch or kick. So per se, I grab the hand and I come in with an attack. So my partner would, if he would do the same, technically this side is the dangerous side. This is the side which I want to avoid. So one of the first principles I learned is actually to go to a safe place right here at the other side of his back. Now I'm more harder to reach for him with the hand or the foot. So when he grabs me, and to say it shortly, I don't want to stay here. I need to move. One of the best places to move is behind him. So this applies to a lot of different techniques. Now, other principles, if he's holding my hand here, if he's holding it firmly, if I try to move the hand, he has the hand. If he's stronger, I won't be able to move it. But what we oftentimes forget, when he grabs, there's a desire to tense up, which is actually contrary to the Aikido techniques. That doesn't help me. But if I don't tense up, I remember that this part of the body is free. I can move it without any problem. So if he's holding me here, I let him hold me here. I step in. I don't use the arm. I step in with the body. The body steps in. Now, there's a disconnection here between the hands. To make it connected, I turn my fingers out here. I connect my movement with his movement. And that's another principle which is important. So going behind where it's safe. The second one is not focusing on the part which is held, but looking at the part which is free. Also connecting your movement with partner's movement. And now I can turn around and stand here. And this is also practicing a stance. Tai Henko is not really a combat technique per se. It's more of a collection of principles which are very useful to many Aikido techniques and actually to just a basic situation of self-defense. So you're not learning it to use it specifically in the streets, quote unquote, but you're learning it to develop very important principles which we'll use in any different situation. So one more thing that I promised to show you is that actually this technique, the Tai Henko, it also has a philosophical meaning, let's say a mindset meaning. So if somebody grabs me, again, this is a fight-flight situation normally. If he has me here, he has a sense of aggressiveness and I feel a sense of danger. As I said before, I have the tendency to tense up, and there are two normal modes that come up to my mind. So one is fight, one against one, tension versus tension, who's stronger is going to win. The other one is flight, I want to run. But both, either one of us will win, the other won't, whether it's me or him. But in Aikido, we're slowly transforming our way of thinking. In Aikido, there's actually, the ideal is to see no enemy, to realize that actually there's something that connects us. And if I can find that connection point, there's actually a chance to resolve the conflict without any force. So the way we reprogram our mind is not tensing up here, but we're getting used to, as soon as there's tension, we're getting used to connecting with it, letting it flow, and actually looking at the same direction that he's looking. In a philosophical sense, in a parallel sense, to see, okay, so why is he attacking me? What does he want? I want to see his perspective. And if I'm able to do that, maybe I can learn to transform the conflict without needing to fight. Maybe we can talk it out and I can say, okay, I understand that you have a bad day, let's go drink a beer. So I'm getting used to not fighting force against force. I'm reprogramming myself to be able to connect, to be able to flow with, and to be able to see another person's perspective. So it's actually very powerful if you're conscious about it. So there's many more details here. Aikido is very vast, and even one technique can be, you could do a whole hour of tutorial, but I wanted to give some basic understanding here. So in Aikido, there's a number of different techniques, which we showed in one of the previous clips, but as I mentioned before, some of the techniques are translated as principles. So there are 6 principal techniques, which are actually literally called principle number 1, principle number 2, principle number 3, etc., etc. In Japanese, it's called Ikkyo, Nikyo, Sankyo, Yonkyo, etc. Ikkyo being ichi means 1 in Japanese. Kyo means the principle, so Ikkyo, the first principle, Nikyo, ni 2 in Japanese, Nikyo, the second principle, so on and so forth. So you can see them as a way to understand how the mechanics of a technique work. In the end, you can also mix them up. You can obviously use them in any way you need. But to begin with, they're set as these principles with a certain beginning, certain end, so you would get a good hang of the Aikido techniques. Some of them will have connections. There are some similarities. The beginnings are most of the times very similar. But to get a good feeling, to get the start off, we'll start with the first one called Ikkyo, the first principle. So the Ikkyo we'll look at today is going to be from a Shomenuchi. Now a Shomenuchi can be done in 2 different ways. It can be done by stepping forward and cutting, or it can be, in a sense, provoked. So it's more, which is more common in Nirama style, which our style is connected to. So in the way of provoking, I see that the person might attack me. I need to do something about his attack. So instead of waiting for him to attack, I initiate and suggest a defensive movement for him so that I would have access to his arm. So I step in with the front of my hand towards his head so that he would defend himself. So that looks like this. He defends. So that here brings out the arm, and that arm I'm going to use. Now, as we look at this beginning, first of all, notice you don't want to go out of your center. You don't want the hand to be up front because then you will lose the balance, you won't be able to use the hips. So it's not there, but actually your whole body enters. So probably you'll need to enter not only with the front leg, but also with the back leg. So the whole body moves in, the center moves in. Now here we are equally on the same straight line where it's hard to move him since it's center against center. So I actually have to move a bit to the side. And here I already start to move his arm to the side to open up the elbow, to open up this side. If this would be jiu-jitsu, most likely you would be able to punch, strike, because he's open here. Also, it's harder for him to reach me. So here I open. Now the elbow opened up. So now I go for the elbow. It's a bit above. So if we look at it, there's a bit of a bone here. So the hand gets stuck next to the bone here. And I grab firm around it. So here I'm already holding his center. Then the other hand grabs just above the wrist. Now, an oftentimes mistake that people do, they try to force the person down with the arms, but then if I use force, he's going to use counter force, he's going to resist. That brings out a natural resistance. So actually I don't want to go from above, I want to go from below. Using my hips, I want to turn the hips and not push the arm towards him, but slightly towards and through. I guide him through. So now, here, I brought him down. So now there's many different ways to bring the person down, but one of the main ways is actually to go diagonally down with the whole center pushing the shoulder to the ground, going down on your own knees. And here, the pin also can be applied in a few different ways. So first of all, if I'm holding it at the shoulder line, I want to push the elbow down and forward so that he wouldn't be able to come up with it. My knees are wide apart, feet together. There's also some styles prefer to push the knee inside the armpit so that I would have a better connection with him. But although here, if he's flexible, he might actually have enough space to go up right here, especially with the hips. So one way to avoid that, although that's also not universally always working, but actually is to bring the elbow back and to make a big angle here. So my Ukemi Martinez is very flexible, so he would be able probably to go out of this as well. But for most people, they don't have the flexibility in the shoulder, so that should be enough to have the technique done to them. At the same time, also notice this is not a painful pin. You could obviously apply pain, but this immobilization is normally painless, which is an interesting variation since you can hold a person down without using your force, without hurting him, but still having him pinned down. And the last thing to be able to do that, again, don't push down with your shoulders because then he can apply force to push you up through the shoulders, but rather stay in your center, just hold the arms in front of you and hold the person with the center. Just to mention a couple of more things before we finish up. So for your curiosity, if the person is attacking with a strike, the ending will be the same, but the beginning obviously will be different. When he raises the arm, that's the weak point where I can actually come in. So here I hold him, I come in close enough, grab the elbow, and I continue through. So that's how you would do it if the person is attacking you. And also what we did, this was a variation called omote, so the front variation, since I went through the front. Now, Ikkyo can be done both in omote, which means the front, and also the back version, based on the situation and what you need. So here, if we're looking at the way we did before, the back leg steps in, my toes go toe to toe, arm grabs against the elbow. So this is more of a receptive way. So instead of pushing him down, I actually cut, turn around, give space to him. I don't force him down, I'd rather let him in. And I cut and give the space for him and go down into the immobilization. So it's rather not forcing, it's more giving space. So Nikyo, in translating, it means the second principle. So there's Ikkyo, Nikyo, Sankyo, first principle, second, third. So we're going to look at the second principle now. Each of them have their specifics, but sometimes, especially to beginners, understanding Nikyo or to instructors explaining a Nikyo is quite hard. What happens is that, for myself as well, when I'm teaching, when you learn it yourself, eventually, sometimes you just kind of feel into it, and then you think, okay, I know it, but then when you need to teach it, or when a beginner comes and he wants to learn it, there's just no understanding of where to begin with. So I'm going to actually show you a very easy way to learn Nikyo and actually a detailed way to explain it and get the hang of it. So we're going to start right away. So a good beginning to a good attack grab to analyze and understand Nikyo is what we call gyakutadori, depends on the style. Maybe for you it might be katatadori, but basically the reverse grab. So we have opposite feet, opposite hands. So now, if you watched our previous video of the time of Henko, you don't want to be here. You want to move aside away from the other arm. But we're not going to look at that too much today because we're going to focus more on the Nikyo. But let's say I move just slightly to the side. So first thing in the traditional technique, since he has the grab, he thinks it's great, he got me. But in Aikido, we actually like the grabs. So I don't want him to let go. I grab his hand with my fingers here, so in order that he would not release me. So that's the reason of the movement. Now my free hand is going through the back, through the outside, up, circle, and around. Now this is a big part of the technique already. I grab the arm, and now what's important is that, and what's sometimes hard to catch, a Nikyo is not going to work if the arm is straight. So what's very important is that I push the elbow in. Eventually what I want to get is an angle here and an angle here. So two 90 degrees. Angle here, angle here. That's very important. You have to do it. So now I'm holding his arm, I'm holding his fingers, and now all I need to do is to use my fingers as if I would be using a motorcycle, just going down. So pushing the fingers down, rotating the arm down, and here's a Nikyo. Very efficient, good Nikyo. So once more, going to the side, grabbing the fingers, the hand goes around, grabs the arms. So now, as I mentioned, this will not be enough, and that's a moment where a lot of beginners get stuck. They try to do it here, it doesn't really work. So I push it in. For more advanced people, we use the center, we use the hips. I push it in with the whole body. Angle here, angle here. Another mistake that beginners do, they don't focus on the arm here, they try to bend the knees. But if I go down and I leave the hand here, I just go down with the hand, it doesn't work. I need to rotate the fingers here. Later, when you're more advanced, you can add the center movement into it, as if you would bow to the person. But this moment is the most important. So I rotate the fingers here. Now, so this, if you do it, this should really open up the understanding of how Nikyo works. But obviously there's the Nikyo Ura, which you would do from another position. But now, if I go straight to that moment, we go to the shoulder. Notice that it's actually the same. Straight arm, not gonna work. I need to push in his arm with my whole body here. Now there's an angle here, an angle here. No angles, not gonna work. Angles. I have the hand pushed into my chest, I hold it, and again, if I bend my knees, nothing is gonna happen. Lower my arms, maybe it's better than nothing, but eventually I need to again turn. But this time I'm turning this hand. This one adds as well. Turn and with the whole body. Here, towards him. So now here, here. And I'll show it again with the other side. So, here, not gonna work. Better, body, Nikyo. So, as you see, if you're able to connect what we did in the beginning, if you learn the opposite hand Nikyo, then the Nikyo of any other technique will work much better. So oftentimes when we're learning a technique and there's all these different grabs, per se Katatadori, there's Gyakutadori, or there's Shomenuchi. They're not very common for us. It's hard to already tap into them. So when you start off with, and you need to work a lot with how to go out of them. But if we want to just really get a feel of the technique of the Sankyo, the way you can do it, we'll use a common, very well-known grab, which is a handshake. There. Everybody knows it, easy to tap in. So now he has me, he's holding me, I'm holding him. I'm going to add my other hand and grab his hand. So now, as I said in the previous video, it's called the politician's shake. So a politician shake him. Now, I'm going to need to go under his armpit. So here, I step in, I turn up. And now, a very important point is that the elbow would be up. Now, if the elbow is down, I'm going to change, I'm going to show what happens. So now, if the elbow is down, and if he tries to do a Sankyo to me, there's a lot of space here for me to go in and turn up. So this, obviously, it could be countered by a good Aikidoka, but nevertheless, it's a risk you don't want to take. Yet if he has my elbow up, now when he turns me, if he keeps the elbow up, there's no space to go in. So it's a very good reason to keep it up. It makes it more efficient, and definitely make sure that you look at it. So now we're going to repeat from the beginning. Politician handshake, go in here. Now elbow up, here. You can grab just a bit higher. Also, the Sankyo works quite efficient if you go grab the fingers, but it's not necessary. So here I hold him, the elbows up, and if you want to, again, if you want to just introduce the Sankyo, the first step would be just to turn the hand towards him, just to give back the hand. Now, oftentimes what beginners mistake they do, they either don't turn enough and they start walking. They just walk towards the person, and that doesn't work. That doesn't do anything. The goal is actually to give the hand back to him. So now the Sankyo already works, and now the person who's learning it for the first time can actually catch and see, okay, that's what it is. Now if we want to add another step, a bit of a more in-depth step, the center of the hips in Aikido is very important. So I turn on the spot. I start with the hands. I can start with the hands, but then I gradually turn in my hips, and now my whole body is turning him. But now the trick is, when there's no more hip movement, I just make a step with the back leg, and now there's more space with the hips. Again, I turn, I give back the Sankyo to him. Again, I turn in. So as I said, this is a good way of explaining, because otherwise, if you say that you turn and you walk, then people will just start walking. But we want to use the hips. I use the hips, and now when there's no more space, I come in. No more space, I come in. We're going to stop at here right now. Actually, we discovered there's a bit of more material that we want to cover, but we're not going to squeeze it into this single video. We're going to look at it at another video, a continuation of this one, and also a topic of its own. So I hope you got a feeling of how to easily transmit, show a Sankyo to another person, or actually, if you're struggling with it yourself, maybe you caught some major points that will open up the doorways for further learning. So we're going to simply go down on the ground to make it easy for ourselves and start from here. So the Ikkyo is here, but as I mentioned, the Ikkyo, it's painless, which is great, but if a person is flexible, it's really hard to maintain it here. So that's where other principles, other immobilization pins come in handy. So the Nikyo, the second pin, I bring the arm up, straight up, and I almost, as if I would be embracing his shoulder with my knees. Some styles do push the knees together. They do try to push and hold the shoulder, but in our style, and what I also actually prefer, the knees are wide apart. So I bring my center down rather than trying to bring my whole body down and bring his arm down. rather than trying to squeeze it with my knees. It actually also depends on where your hands are. So when you do the certain technique, your hands will be in a comfortable position. But we'll start from here. The Nikyo, one way to do it is bringing his palm just in front of yourself. So one arm, the further one from his head, will go here. So right now you see his hand goes nicely on my elbow. Then I grab my arm, my shoulder with my hand. I place the other edge of my hand so he would not bend, to hold his elbow, so he would not bend it. And also a very important part in our style that we do, I'm actually pushing, first of all, I'm pushing down with my whole body, his shoulder down. So now there's no pain, but he's grounded into the mat. It would be really hard for him to get up. I don't need strength, but he would need a lot of strength, and most likely it simply wouldn't work. So I'm pushing him down here. And also what that does is that when I do the stretch, when I'm actually stretching his shoulder, it is actually a stretch. If I'm not pushing down the shoulder and I'm pushing the arm, it's actually tearing the ligaments, which in the end is not good for the shoulder. But actually I'm here, if I'm pressing down the shoulder and I'm pushing it, then it's a stretch which is healthy for the shoulder. So here, holding it, then my back is straight, my whole body, my whole back, my center moves towards his head, and eventually when he starts to feel a good stretch, he taps. It doesn't need to be strong pain. As soon as you feel it's a good stretch, it's a good immobilization, you simply give the sign, that's enough. If you look at Sankyo, the leg position is the same, but here, as I'm holding the Sankyo, the other hand comes in and grabs it over, and I maintain the turn towards his head. That's where the Sankyo actually stays. Now the other arm, it goes into the elbow nicely, so I'm holding him firmly here. Palm is facing up, putting in the edge of the hand, also pressing down the shoulder, and with the whole arm, with the whole body moving towards his head, the immobilization is here. The last one I'll show today will be the Yonkyo, the fourth one. So first of all, the hand, I'm kind of showing a pistol. There's this point of the finger goes into his arm. There's a kind of a bone where this part just next to it gets stuck in. That's where the nerve is actually being pushed. So I cut him down, and as I bring him down, I'm sitting diagonally, and I'm not just holding his arm, I want to hold him. So first of all, I turn the arm towards his shoulder, so I'm pushing down the shoulder as well to ground him. And now here, I'm either, it's normally standing, so I'm either turning my hips to support the twist of his shoulder, so now he's not only grounded, but actually also there's a pain pin, and I can also add the push of the nerve, which is a bit hard to catch, but if you catch it, you can also push it so that the nerve is pressed. So I'm pushing down the shoulder, and I'm also pushing down the nerve, and it's actually quite painful, but it's not traumatizing, which is great. So it's just right here. So there's different attacks to do Kote Gashi. Actually, in most of our tutorials, we start with a neutral stance, so we wouldn't have to worry about taking care of the attack itself. But actually today we're going to start from a tsuki. It's probably the most common, the most well-known Kote Gashi from a strike, from a tsuki, and it actually works really well with it. So now we're going to do a traditional tsuki, a traditional punch. My partner is going to step with the back foot and punch here. So now, as in pretty much every technique, first of all, I want to go out of the attack line, out of the attack, so I wouldn't get bunched. Now my front hand is ready, and as he punches, I go in and I grab his hand here. So when he punches, it's actually a good idea to continue his punch, because if he stops, he might do a second punch, or he might become stiff, so it will become harder to do technique. So in an ideal scenario, as he punches, I continue his strike, I continue his energy forward. So here, make sure you don't turn the body first. If you turn the body first and then leave the arm here, the arm is separate from the center, and the arm, you're going to have to use the strength of the arm to pull him out. You might actually pull the shoulder even, and you're not going to have a lot of strength unless you have a very strong arm, but still you might get tired. So what you want to do is you want to keep the arm in front of you. So center, continue here. In Iwama, it's traditional to cut with the other arm to the side to actually aid your movement with the hips, but you don't really necessarily have to do that. So just notice it and see if you need to use it. Here. So now, you might have noticed that as I go out, I actually also bring him down, which is actually, in my perspective, it's a very important point. If I just turn him around here, we become equal again. He might want to punch, kick, whatever. He's back in a position which is dangerous for me, so the bringing out wasn't so useful. But actually, as I bring him out, I also want to bring him down, so that right now he's not in a good stance. I keep his center, I hold his center, I feel him, and if he wants to punch or do anything else, if he wants to stand up, I can actually have him here. He's not comfortable, and I can continue in a good way. Now, in order to do this, it's a bit tricky, but it's doable. Here, first of all, it's best if the arm is turned out and your hand is on top of his hand in front of the center. If you're in this position, when you push the center down, when you bend your knees, actually you can push the hand down here too. So you're pushing him down with the whole center. If your arm is like this, you won't be able to connect it with the center, so you have to be here and pushing down with the whole center. Now the back stays straight. You want to see what's happening around, and also it's a good posture. If I'm bent, not only don't I see what's happening around, but also if he pulls me, it's hard to maintain my balance. Here, if he pulls me, I am stable. So make sure you keep your back straight, which is hard for beginners, but it's, again, doable. So, one. From here, there's different ways to do this. Some styles go straight into the Kote Gashi. Today we're going to look at bringing him out. So here I have his center. First of all, as I step diagonally away from him, I actually maintain his connection with the center. I pull him towards me with the whole body. So now he's still occupied. And at the end of it, my hand, like I'm cloning his hand, like a spoon goes on top of a spoon. Spoon, spoon, hand, hand, and I show with the fingers where I want him to fall, right here. So now at this moment, this is a tricky position, and it's the last step we're going to look at. A common mistake people do, they keep the arm too straight. If it's very straight, if the uke is polite, he might turn around for you, but actually it's not really going to give him much reason to do that. So if he's resisting, if I just try to turn him here, it might be not enough to just pull him out. But there is a very nice trick here. So if you hold the arm bent, so there's an angle here, hold the hand specifically here, with the thumb on the Kote Gashi part, and now the other hand goes like an L letter into his elbow. So I don't bring the arm out, but I turn the elbow towards his head. So now here, there's a great connection to the center. When I turn him, actually the whole body naturally turns around, right here. So this is a great trick to actually turn around the person. So 1, 2, hold, keep the arm bent. So even if he's resisting really hard, and that sometimes some people will do that to you, you won't need strength here, but actually, so use your whole body, don't use just the arm, but the whole body. And I turn his arm, and then, bam, he turns around even if he's resisting. So now this would be a moment for the immobilization, but the plan is that we'll do the end at another video. Right now, we're going to stop here. Shiho Nage translated from Japanese, shi means four, ho is directions, Shiho Nage, Nage is the throw, so it's a four-directional throw. There's various ways to interpret the four directions itself, but today we're going to break it down and make it very simple and very accessible so you would get just the main aspects of it, the main principles of it, so even a beginner could do it, but it would also be beneficial for an advanced person. So let's not waste any more time and let's jump ahead to the technique. All right, so if you notice, if you look at the techniques, there's many different grabs and attacks in Aikido. For example, a mirror stance grab, in some dojos called katate dori. So first moment will be to get out of the center line, grab his balance, and then do the technique. And then as the attacks change, the beginning will change, but then the end is going to stay exactly the same. So we're not going to look today at different ways to get out of the grab in the technique, but we're going to look at the technique itself. So to make it more neutral, more accessible, we're going to start from a very simple neutral position with my partner just extending his arm forward. So this is not an attack, this is just an easy way to explore the technique. For beginners, this is great because you can focus on the technique and you don't need to focus on the attack first. You can get to know the technique first and then move on. But also, we're going to use it as a way to just move more quickly. So if my partner is just standing here, holding his hand, so if I want to practice my Shiho Nage, first of all, let's look at how you grab the hand. So grabbing the hand, normally with the mirror arm, so if it's as if you would stand in the mirror, I would grab the muscle of the thumb here. So now there is an answer to why. Here, if I grab this muscle and I slightly turn it, it's a very good connecting point. It's easy to bring him out of balance, to feel his center, to bring out the other shoulder. So if I grab the fingers, for example here, I can connect to, or here it's going to be much more difficult. This is actually a great point of connection. It really goes, the line really goes well to the body. So in pretty much any Shiho Nage you're going to do, this will be one of the key points to hold. Now the other arm, you can hold it either on the top or on the side. It's not as important. It also helps you with the whole movement, with the extension, with the connection, but make sure you grab the muscle of the thumb here. So this is the first part. Mirror hand grabs the thumb muscle. The other one goes on the front. So now, when I'm holding the Shiho Nage in any situation, the danger is the other hand. Either he wants to punch or grab. So that's, if I focus just on this hand, it's too dangerous. I'm giving him too much space and opportunities to do whatever he wants. So actually, the second key moment after grabbing his thumb is actually to bring him out of balance. One way you can look at it, you can think about taking his center here. Another way you can look at it as if you're bringing that other arm away from you, there. So when you do this, make sure you don't do it just with the arms. Relax the arms, do it with the center, with the whole body. It's going to be much more efficient. So if let's say it's a katate dori, notice that moment is here. You see? I'm bringing him out of balance. I'm giving more space. Also, after this movement, now there's space to enter for me in. I'm going to show you the back, since the back is important here. Now, a common mistake people do here, they go and bring the arms up. But now, if the arms are behind me, if he pulls, I don't have my balance. It's too dangerous. I'm too vulnerable. So the first point, first is the thumb, bringing out. Now, as I go, if I'm taller, and that happens obviously quite often, I need to bend my knees to go down lower. And as I enter, I hold that distance, I hold that extension here, And as I turn the arm, I keep holding that in extension, and I do it in front of myself, here. So now if he pulls me here, he can't do it properly because I have him, he doesn't have me. So 1, 2, I enter, I tuck, I go in, shoulders in front, and I keep the hand in front through the whole technique, right up to here. Now here, there's a moment which is important to notice. I don't want to be out here. I don't want to be in front of him. I want to keep, again, his balance. I want to hold him. There's one way you can hide behind the arm here so he wouldn't punch you with the other hand. And now, in the end, what is interesting to notice is that there are different ways to do this. You can do it more diagonally, but that breaks the elbow. What you can also do, you can also pull down. But what's very efficient, I invite you to try it. Don't focus on the arm, focus on the body. Move with the leg which is closer to him. Throw with the whole body forward and make just a slight circle here. So now if you do it this way, it throws the whole of his body. It's tricky to do, and if you don't do it well, the person obviously can resist, but it's definitely worth trying because it doesn't hurt the elbow, it doesn't hurt the body. So here, in front, here, and there's, as I said, there's different ways to do this, but one way is to move with the whole body and try to throw not the arm, but the whole body here. And at the end, traditionally, you would go down, but we're going to stop here. I think this is enough details for one video. So just to recap, thumb, bringing out, entering, keeping the hand in front, bringing him out of balance, and throwing the whole body. There. As I said, I would go down, but we'll stop here. So obviously there are different ways to do Shiho Nage, but some of these principles are universal for all styles. It makes sense. Please do notice that when I do these techniques, I do it in an explanatory way. This is not meant to show the martial way or the most effective way. This is more an educational video. So if you see some things missing, it's just because of the way we frame these videos. But all in all, I hope you found this video useful. I hope you can apply these principles to your style, to whatever Shiho Nage you do, even if it's just one principle or two principles or even more. There's different dialects of Aikido, so take what you find best, what you find useful, and just try to appreciate and explore the differences between different styles. As with all techniques, the ending most of the times will be the same. The beginning will be different, but this time to look at the Irimi Nage technique, we'll look at one of the beginnings, which will give you a good feeling of the rest of the different ways to do it. So we'll look at the same side attack, which in our style we call katate dori, but that depends. So first of all, in this way, I want to get out of the grab, and also notice that for me to be here is dangerous because he could punch, kick, so I don't want to stay here for long. So first of all, I will move towards the back where it's harder for him to reach me. There's different ways to get out of this grab, and one of the parts of the tutorial is about getting out of grabs. So you could apply that, or I'll show you one of the basic ways. So as I move in, I keep the arm in front of the center. The other hand strikes from above. I turn towards his thumb. There's a gap there, and I turn out. Now it's important that I don't simply let him go, but my hand turns around and grabs him. So from here, I go to here. And I extend his energy. I don't want him to turn back to me with the other arm. So I push him through. I enter, so that's the Irimi. I place my hand on the further shoulder. I bring him towards my shoulder. And if I would continue to look here, our centers would be looking at different directions. There would be a conflict. We would there would be a resistance because I would be forcing him. So what's important here is actually to look at where he's looking, because that turns my center towards his center. Our energies, our physical bodies align. So I'm also pointing my arm as if I'm showing him where I'm looking at myself. Now here it's a bit of a tricky moment. Most people want to go with the arm, to throw with the arm, but that again also goes against him. So there will be resistance, there will be force. But rather, as I bring my arm up, my hips push back, my whole body tilts. So as my center, as my body tilts, his body also tilts. And here, if you notice, he becomes light. He comes out, and now the whole body goes forward, and I enter and throw. So as you see, the throw is not really throwing with the arm. The throw actually mostly happens by bringing out the person out of balance, and just the stepping in is just a tiny finisher. It's not, the stepping in is not the throw actually happens before. So here I enter, I bring the person towards, I align with him by showing the dojo. I bring his center out, so pretty much here the throw already happened, and now I simply go step with my whole body and lead him to the throw. So what we did here was a Kihon variation. It was starting from static. He was holding me, we stop. The Kino Nagaya version is more flowing. It gives more space, so actually it works better with the cut. So this time I'll go from below, and here, as a cut, my arm pushes out. My arm pushes itself out, so I would be free. The other principles, most of them will be the same. I enter, I align, but this time, but this time I will cut, and I'm not going to push him down by forcing him, but rather I'll be stepping back and giving space as I cut. And now, as we turn, I bring him out as before and step into throw. It was very much cut down, so I'll show it to you a bit faster so you would get a better understanding of how it works. So I come in, I bring him up, and then as I cut, I give him space, I align with his energy, bring him out here, and throw. Not to fall, but just to occupy him. Normally the hand is pointing towards the person, actually to support him. If I would throw, the hand would go further, but I want to support him. I want him to stay semi-in balance, so I keep pointing the fingers towards him. The other arm strikes, he blocks. Here, as I enter, I block his knee with the hand, so he wouldn't kick me. I go under the arm, I turn around. Now here, there's a trick you can do. It's called Yamabiko in Japanese, which means the mountain echo. So he doesn't want me to touch with the hand. So as I go towards him, he maintains his balance. And I go directly towards his center line, so he would go out of balance. And then as I let go, he wants to come back to balance. He gives me energy, and I actually use that energy. I go down. It's very important that I would go lower than the knee. If I'm above the knee and I pull, it's the shoulder that I'm pulling, and he can resist. If I go below the knee, his center starts to move, and I'm actually bringing out his whole body, his whole center, which is very important. I want to bring his leg back. Also, there's an important and good trick. As you're cutting down, here he's holding, so you're dependent on his grip. If he would let go, I would have to do something else. But to actually make the grip more accessible that he would want to hold, the fingers are pointing towards the person. So here it's as if there's a hook. So I'm hooking towards his arm. Here it's easy to slip out. Here there's a good connection. I hook him. I go down, bringing out with my whole body. So one depends on the style. Some styles put the hand on the neck, some on the head. We do it on the head, so I place the hand so he wouldn't go up. Now here, the arm simply points up, and as if there's an L letter, it pushes up and grabs the arm. Now, a common mistake here, many people hold the arm towards themselves. If the arm is bent, then I'm going to use my biceps. I'm going to use my arms, arm strength, and no center, because there's an amortization. It's bouncing back and forth, my arm. So if you want to use the center, if you want to move with your whole body, as we normally do in Aikido, you have to push the arm all the way through so that your arm would be straight forward, so that there would be a straight line to the center, and as you would move with the whole body. So from here, again, I go towards him with the center, and then the arm naturally pushes him forward, a step forward, and throw. So koshi in Japanese means the hips, nage means the throw. There's a lot of nages in Aikido, Kaiten Nage, Juji Nage, so on. So basically it's a throw. The koshi nage, it reminds a bit of judo, because judo uses a lot of hip throws as well, but there are some differences as well. In Aikido, we really want to do it without using force as much as possible. And in the beginning, when we're learning the koshi nage, it might be there's a difficult position with the feet, which some people, even advanced people, might not always understand why they do it. And also, as many Aikido techniques, sometimes you just learn it intuitively, and it's hard to actually explain it to others how it works, or to learn it from your instructor even. So today we're going to look at the in-depth main details of how it works. We're going to do it simply, easily, so that even beginners could actually catch the way koshi nage is. So there's many different attacks we could do it from, but we're going to do from the same side position. Now, here, as if you watched our previous technical tutorials, I mentioned that I don't want to be in this place. Normally we move to the outside, so that because the other arm might punch or he might kick, but sometimes, more rarely, but in Aikido we go inside. But now if I just go inside, it's way too easy for him to punch me. So I need to keep him busy. I need to take his center line. So as I come in, I actually add a punch of my own. So in the meantime, I rotate the arm, I grab the hand, I'm going to need that here. So now he goes up with the body, there's more space here, and this moment I use. So I turn my whole body here, myself, and I drop on my back leg. So now, sometimes you'll notice that in Aikido, it's easier actually for smaller people. One of the reasons why it said that Aikido works better for women sometimes. So for a taller person with a smaller person, koshi nage is going to be much harder. But it still works, trust me. So, I come in, I go here, and now that's the throwing part. But now, as I mentioned, the feet here, it's sometimes difficult to explain how it works and why it works. So I'm going to ask my partner to stay here, and I'm going to show you something specifically. So now, let's say I'm still here. Now, the way the lines work, I'm going to use a couple of sticks to help you explain. So, his feet are in this line, and in order for him to go over my hips, I need to be in a sense in a letter T direction from his center. So approximately here. So in the beginning you can see it, look into it. In the end you just learn to feel it intuitively. But here, if I stand exactly in this position, now notice that my hips are in front of his hips, and if I tilt him down, he goes exactly on my back. So that's the position we want to get. So now you saw the way the feet work. So there are two different koshi nages. One of them is where you have a wide stance. We're not going to look at the small stance today. But the wide stance, one of the reasons my whole weight goes on the back leg, you can actually drop your elbow on the knee, that makes it easier to support yourself here, is because I need my hips, my center to be lower than his. So oftentimes a mistake beginners do, they have their center too high. They have it higher than their partners, and now he's not going to naturally drop onto me. There's no space. So then I need to lift him up. which is too hard. I need physical strength for that. So you make sure that your hips, your center is lower than your partner's center. Basically, your belt lower than the partner's belt. If that happens, that means you're lower than him. There's space for him to fall onto your back. It's almost natural. So here I hold him. Now, you could do a Yamabiko principle to push him in, and as he comes back to balance, use that momentum, but it's a bit tricky. We can look at that in another tutorial if you want it. But here, my hips are lower than his, center lower. Now, as he drops, I shift my weight on the other foot, on the other leg, and that creates the hip throw. He goes here on the other side, and I turn, lift the other arm out. Now that movement here, he goes on the hips. If I just use the hands, the arms, it's going to need strength. But here I use my hips, I turn them out, I shift my weight from one leg to the other, and naturally, as I turn the arms as well, and naturally the person rotates through my back. So once more, I'll do the whole thing. I make some space here. I find the right position, so T letter, here. My hips need to be lower than his, and I shift my weight from one leg to the other, and I turn my arms, and there's the throw. So as you see, Kokyo Nage is quite a tricky technique, and there's many more details we could look at, but if you use these principles, most likely it's going to be way easier, and you're going to be able to access it. So one of the principles of Kokyo Nage is it's more of a receptive one, so I'm actually turning to the same direction that he is turning, then I'm flowing with my arm with him, and I'm bringing him up, out, bringing his center, and I give the energy back to him with the whole body. This Kokyo Nage you can see often in various styles. So one of the ways you would do it, Morotadori, it would be from a Morotadori. So I enter, I bring him out, I look at the same direction, I go up, and give the energy back here. In many pictures, you would see O-sensei having this position. Even in the famous statue, he holds it. So it actually comes from this technique. So it can also be done in a flowing way. If the partner is trying to grab me and bring him in, I bring him towards myself, up and back. It works as a nice technique. Also, one way to do it is actually standing next to the partner. One way to do Kokyo Nage. Some styles even have a specific name for it. They call it Urimi Nage, but you can also qualify it as a Kokyo Nage. So here, I'm not going below the elbow, since I don't want to traumatize his elbow, I'm going just above, and extending the arm. As I move forward with the front leg, I'm bringing out his center, and I'm not pushing down the arm to break it, but rather I'm extending the energy, turning the hand to make a tilt, and as I turn here, I push him with my whole body, and there's the throw. So that can be done from many different ways. So for example, at ski, he punches, I go out to this side, and I throw right here. One more active Kokyo Nage is going directly in. It also actually has a specific name, but we'll look at it as a Kokyo Nage. I bring him out of balance, I step in, and simply go towards his elbow. That could also be qualified as a Kokyo Nage. There's a bunch of variations, semi-variations. So for example, as I step in, I go here, and instead of a Kaiten Nage, I actually throw him forward. You can also do a kind of a Ikkyo Nage, which can also be considered to be a Kokyo Nage. So here I enter, instead of doing an Ikkyo, I step in and throw. I throw him. So Kokyo Nage can be a wide subject, but one of the most common Kokyo Nages that you will come across will be a receptive one, and used a lot in randori, in multiple attackers, and actually a very practical technique to tell you the truth. So he's holding me. When he's pushing me, I'm not resisting. I'm actually stepping back, receiving his energy. One hand goes inside, bringing him down. The other goes up, bringing his elbow. And as I turn, I open up as if I would open up as a door, and I turn him as a wheel, and right here, there's a throw. So it's a receptive one. I'm not resisting. I'm actually taking his energy and simply giving him space to go, which can also be done the same way into the shoulders, but right here, my hands go directly towards his elbows, right here. There's the throw. Just to point out a couple more variations, it can be also done through here. I can cut. There's an Ushiro Ryotodori way, so here, throw. There's many different ways, but as long as you know, as long as you know this one and the receptive one, you should be totally fine. To give tips very quickly, never force the technique, so don't go katata. Don't try to push him back, because here if he will be tense, you won't be able to make it, but rather go with him, go around, take his energy in. Same way with Kokyo Nage here. Don't try to force him down. Receive his energy, give space, and guide him. This time we're going to look at another basic technique, and one of the most basic techniques, but not necessarily the most simple, is Suwari Waza, Ryotodori, Kokyo Ho. So there's the translation, when you translate from Japanese, it's always a bit tricky, but basically, if talking simply, Ryotodori means Ryo, both te, hand, dori, grab. Kokyu, that's a tricky word, but we could say concentrated expression of energy or breathing. So we'll leave it just at that this time. And Ho means a direction. So the both hand grabbed, directional breathing exercise, more or less. But nevertheless, we do it quite often. Most of the times we do it at the end of the class or at the end of exams. So it's one of the techniques we do most, but not always we actually understand how it works, and not always we think why we do it on a deeper sense. So again, we're going to look at Suwari Waza Ryotodori Kokyo Ho, not only the technical principles and the basics in a very simple, understandable way, but also a little bit of the philosophy and why we do it. So we start on the knees. There's a fair distance between the knees. There's a bit of a distance between us, so we wouldn't be too close and not too far. And I extend my hands, and my partner grabs it. So now, as he grabs, this time he's holding me firmly at this spot. He's not giving me a push or a pull. You could do it in different ways, but this time we're going to look at this way. So he's not pushing, not pulling, but in a sense, he's still giving me energy by squeezing my hands, by holding them. So now the question is what I'm going to do with that energy. So when we look at the technique further, if he holds me very tight and he doesn't allow me to move my arms, he has a better position. He's holding me from above, and he's also quite big. So if I just try to move my arms, now I can't really do that, especially if he resists. If I push up, he pushes down, there's a resistance, the stronger would win. And as you know, in Aikido, we're looking not about who's the strongest, who's going to win, but actually how to go around that, how to go into that, how to solve the problem, not necessarily based on strength. So let's say we'll do this when he's resisting. So if he's pushing me down as I push up, he resists, doesn't allow me to do anything to him. The arms are not that strong, but I don't want to go against him. First of all, I want to receive his energy. Now, oftentimes what beginners do, and it's a common mistake, I want to receive with the arms, and the arms bend. But if I receive with the arms and they bend, then first of all, it's going to be hard to go back up. And also he can push, if he starts to push me here, I'm stuck. I can't do anything. And the connection between the arms and the center is lost. So if I want to have the connection between the arms and the center, the arms have to be extended. But now to receive the trick I'm going to use my body, my center. So it's a slight shift. If you notice, it's not much, just here. Enough that the hands move and I receive his energy. So again, not too far. If I go too far, he pushes, I fall back. So I lose my balance, I lose my center. So slightly, I go in. Now here, we're in a position against each other, but I turn my hands and I switch the position. Now I'm in a better position, and for him to resist here, to push-pull, it's much harder. But that's still not the end. Now, if I want to move him, it's important that I raise the elbows, so my energy here, my direction goes up towards his elbow. Now, when I rose his elbows, his center is up, he's light, it's easy for me to move him, and now I can choose a direction and allow him to be thrown. So now, I'm not suggesting this to beginners, but to new people when they come. Sometimes when I want to show how Aikido works, I use specifically Kokyo Ho. So I ask them to hold really, really tightly. And if I would do it with strength, I wouldn't be able to do it. But here, I'm not going against, so I don't need to use strength. Even if he would push me down to my legs with his whole weight, we could even add extra people here. So he's really pushing me. I won't be able to raise him, but I use the same principles. Center, I receive his energy with the center, I change the position, lift him up, and I throw. So that's the first part. Now, the end, we're not going to look at it as much, but nevertheless, receive, come in, throw, and as he loses his balance, I don't want to go too early because he can pull me away, but as he went down, then I turn, I step on my toes. I have a strong base, legs, the knees are fairly quite apart. My arms are looking at each other, and I'm keeping a connection with him. Basically, I'm showing that we're good, you don't need to get up. So I'm going to show the same on the other side. So receive, come in, throw, and step close to him, and keep a connection. So now that's the more technical principle, and there's some keywords which were already there, but we're going to look at a bit of a deeper sense. So when Osensei was talking about Aikido, he was talking that he developed the techniques in such a way that it would transform the person who's doing Aikido. So basically that would, in my understanding, that it would change his mindset. He would start to relate to the world, to conflict, and to other people in a different way. And, but those principles are sometimes quite hidden, and it's hard to understand what he was talking about. But in my experience, Suwari Waza Kokyo is a perfect example of that. And I'm going to explain shortly how. So again, if he's holding me here, this pressure, this holding, it can be, the same pressure is actually in any difficult life situation. You know, somebody attacks you in the street, that's pressure. You feel under pressure that you have to do something. If you have bills to pay, which are too high, if you have a flat tire, basically if you're in a difficult situation, there's pressure. So here we actually learn to face pressure, to face conflict. Now what we do and how we do it, that's the question. Normally in our lives, when we receive pressure, we want to go against. We want to win by being stronger. But at the end of it, we're going to be, even if I do it, so even if I somehow win, I will be tired, exhausted, and if I do it with strength, he won't be happy either. At the end of it, he's going to dislike me, he will want to come back at me. But now, if I don't go against the conflict, first of all, I listen into it. First of all, I ask myself, okay, so what does he want? Why is this situation in my life? So with the center, I go back, I receive his energy, and I listen in, and I realize, okay, you know what? The situation is per se. You know, these, the bills who are too high lets me know that I'm not giving enough to other people, and I'm not getting enough money back, so I need to give more to get more money so that I would be covered, for example. Or if somebody attacks me physically on the street, maybe he wants attention, maybe he just wants to be understood. And this is a bit cliche, but just you should get just the impression of what I mean. So first of all, I listen in, I take his energy with the center, and I understand, okay, that's where he's coming from. And I don't go against, I listen and I take it in, and I realize, okay, so that's why this situation is in my life. Now the question is what I'm going to do with it. So I become active. So first I'm receptive, I receive, then I become active, I learn to go into it, and I learn to solve it, and maintain contact with it. So basically I'm developing this mindset which is actually very powerful, let's say the Aikido mentality, the Aikido mindset. Instead of going force against force, instead of resisting, I learn to listen to life, listen to different situations, listen to the partner, and I learn to act without becoming aggressive. I learn to act without using my strength. And here I learn to stay with it. I learn to maintain my balance. I learn to maintain my ability to solve problems up to the end. So now to sum it up, whether you believe in the transformational power of Aikido or not, that's actually not such a big point. The fact that if you're doing it in a proper way, if you're actually conscious about the way it works, then you can do it through force too. And that doesn't change much. You come into the class, you go out, you're the same person, you just know a technique. But if you actually become conscious of the principles which work at it, if you're really sincerely are working on receptivity and not going against, that actually changes something in you. Even if you look at NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, which talks about associations, that changes some associations in your mind, that changes your habits, which is actually very powerful. As I mentioned before, in the Seiza and Shiho tutorial parts, Japanese culture is very unique for having a formal way of sitting. Since the samurai and the Japanese people used to and still up to this day sit a lot on the knees, on the ground. In the past, the samurai would need to develop ways to defend themselves, since it was such a warring state, such a martial state, ways to defend themselves while being on the knees. So since Aikido's heritage comes from the Japanese culture, from the samurai ages, there's a good amount of what's called Suwari Waza techniques. So Suwari in Japanese means sitting, Waza means techniques. So Suwari Waza meaning sitting techniques, where you sit in the traditional way of the Japanese and you respond and do the technique in that way. From one perspective, you can see it as a good introduction to the Japanese culture, but at the same time, there's a very practical reason for that, and which we will look at and explore in this part of the video. So as I mentioned, there's not only a traditional sense of training Suwari Waza, but there's also a practical sense. So the practical sense is the hips, what we oftentimes call the center, using this area, the core, is very important in Aikido, and that's one of the key source of actually of a lot of energy and power and doing something without force. But that can be tricky to actually develop. So actually when you train in Suwari Waza, there's a lesser chance for you to cheat. It's harder to use the arms, you cannot use the legs. You actually have to use the hips, the center, and then you're forced to actually train to do it properly. So that's what we're going to look at in this video. One of the tricks also when you're training with a partner, when you're sitting in Seiza, to actually sit a bit diagonally so that the person would know which side you're going to do the technique on. So we're going to do a more Iwama-based Shomenuchi attack. So actually I'm going to turn a bit the right knee towards him, and normally since we're diagonal, he's slightly diagonal too. But now there's a sign that I'm going to be starting from this side. So as we looked before in the Iwama Shomenuchi, I'm actually inviting him to defend himself. I'm actually giving him a reason to defend. So I'm initiating, and as he defends, I will use his arm. So again, I don't want to enter just with the arm. Here, if my arm is pushing out, if he would pull or do something to me right here, it would be easy for me to lose the balance. I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. So as I enter, I want to enter with the whole center. So it's not just the arm, but the center moves. So if you look at my center, the center moves and the arm naturally responds with it. So the center is more important. As I do that, I also step on my toes, since it's more mobile there. So I go on my toes, and with the center, I initiate him to defend. Now again, I'm not going with the arms. My center goes towards him, so I place my leg on the toes forward, and I'm not putting my whole foot here. I'm just placing my toes so that I could drop the knee, and as my knee drops, my hips turn, I bring him down. And also now, a common mistake in Aikido and Suwari Waza, we try to repeat the movements we do standing, and we try to walk a lot, but actually in Suwari Waza, it's important that you stay economical. You stay minimalized in your movements. So instead of walking towards him, which would take a lot of energy, I'm more bringing him down towards myself and simply stepping here. So since it's hard to move, I make him move more for me. Now, same technique, but the Ura variation. So again, the beginning, I step in, I step on the toes with the whole center. Now, in standing variation, we would go toe to toes. Here, my knee goes in, foot separates with the whole center. I grab the elbow, and again, I turn my hips. I'm not pushing him down with the arms. I'm turning my hips, I'm throwing the back leg behind, and I'm giving him space to where I was. So in the end, to summarize it, if you want to have efficient Suwari Waza techniques, they will help you with the Tachi Waza, with the standing techniques, since you will develop good hip movements, also flexibility in the legs. But always remember, stay economical, don't do unnecessary movements. Try to find how to do the technique with as least movement as possible. And also always remember that it's the hips, it's the center which has to do the movement. It doesn't come from the arms, especially in Suwari Waza. So as we continue on, we'll move up to Hanmi Handachi techniques. Hanmi Handachi in Japanese means half a person techniques, which is pointing to one person sitting, the other one standing. So there's the half a person. So as we just spoke in the last part, the Japanese culture is unique for having a formal way of sitting. So if two people were sitting and the person would need to defend himself, that would be already one case. But if a person is sitting, the other one would obviously have the chance to stand. So these techniques explore what we would do in this situation. Obviously, there's also a very practical reason for that, but we will explore it in this part of the video. So in Hanmi Handachi, as in Suwari Waza, I'm sitting in the same way. We'd normally begin without having the toes are facing down. So the practical sense of it is that in Aikido, especially when the other person is taller, oftentimes want to go up towards him. So let's say if he's stepping in with the Kinonagare Shomenuchi, with the full strike. So here I move out of the center line, I move out of the attack, and then normally what people do, they try to go up and do something towards the person, but then they lose their center, they lose their ground, they lose their stability. So to repeat that first moment, we need to get out of the center line. We don't want to stay where we are. So as he cuts, I simply move the whole body to the side. But now, instead of trying to do something towards him there where he's strong, I actually bring him down towards myself so that we would be equal and I could work from where I'm comfortable at. So one more thing, as you move out, do remember to go on your toes. So here, I move out, that's the first. And instead of going up and doing something to him, I actually bring him down towards me, right here. And now from here, I can easily do whatever I need to do, but it's happening on my terms. So in a flowing way, it works even better because as he will cut, I will continue his movement, I will support his movement, I will simply allow it to go through. So as he cuts, I actually join him, I actually help him to cut. And as I bring him down here, then I do the technique. Just to show you a quick example, same applies to all Hanmi Handachi techniques. So for example, if we're looking at a Kote Gashi, when he strikes, I don't try to do something towards him here or there, but you'll notice I will bring him down, first of all, towards myself. So I bring him down here. I want him to be where I'm comfortable at, and then I do the technique here. So again, notice as I do the Hanmi Handachi techniques, and when you do the Hanmi Handachi techniques, always do your best to bring the person towards yourself and also stay economical. Don't use extra movements that you don't need. Bring the person towards yourself. Don't go out of yourself to do a technique. So if it's a Ushiro de Tadori, right here, I bring him towards myself, right here. You have to make it easy for yourself. So in this part, we're going to look at Aikido weapons and a short introduction to how they work or what different weapons there are, with the traditions of them. So this is our weapon rack. If you're going to look at it, there's a bunch of different weapons. Some of them are traditional and per se professional. Some of them are just improvisation, so don't consider all of them to be the weapons that they're supposed to be. But to begin with, we're going to start looking at the boken. So this is the boken. Since our dojo is connected to the traditional technical roots of Iwama-ryu, so this boken is actually oftentimes called Iwama boken. It's blunt and it's quite heavy. You could use it as a weapon. So one thing which is important, which I actually didn't do right now, is that when you take the weapon, is that you actually take it in both hands, have it in front of you, and bow to the weapon. As far as I experienced, the bow is normally goes to the shomen, the side of the shomen. So that's a good way to feel that, okay, this is not just a stick. This is a weapon that you're going to train with. It's actually fairly dangerous, and you have to be conscious about it. You have to respect it, protect it. So the bow is a good tradition and it's important. The boken itself, bo means wood, ken sword, so boken is a wooden sword. As I said, this is the Iwama style boken. If we will look at another boken, this is a different boken. This is, in my understanding, this is more kata boken. It's lighter, it's not as endurable. It has a pointy edge, but there are different variations of different swords for different schools. It's not really my specialty, so I can't say too much about it, but you can notice that the differences are there, and they might be used for different reasons. So again, as you want to put it back, also you bow, and you put it at. Also, what I noticed, that as far as I know, that in dojos, when you place it, it's important also where the tip of the boken of the weapon looks. So our shomen is behind the camera, the other side. So the tip shouldn't be facing towards the shomen. So if the shomen is there, the tip is going to be there. I bow and place it back. Now they say a few more thoughts about the traditions. In one of the kendo seminars I went, it was explained to me that a boken, also during training I noticed that most of the teachers, most of the dojos hold the boken on the left side. But as far as I understood from the kendo seminar, that if the boken is on the left, that means you're ready for combat, because the hand movement, you can go straight into a kamae, stance. On the right side, as far as I learned, it's considered to be a more peaceful way. So if you're holding it on the right, it's a peaceful position because it's harder to take it, harder to attack with it. So you can notice that, but I don't believe it's so important, at least in most of the dojos. But let's say the more traditional way, on the left side. Now when you look at boken, when you're going to train with it, it's important to notice that the boken you used in different ways. So one of them, the boken can be used as a substitute for a sword. So all your movements are going to be cutting movements. A sword obviously cuts. So when you cut, you're going to do a slicing movement. But also, the boken can be used as a boken, as a wooden sword, which hits, which causes damage like that. That's actually the way we train in our dojo, so you're going to need to strike. So it's important to know from the very beginning how you're going to use the boken, what type of weapon it is for you, whether it's a substitute for a sword and train with a life blade, or you're as a wooden sword. we can train both. But some dojos will do it one way or the other. It's not right or wrong, it's just different. So when you come to a new dojo, notice how they do it, try to do it the way they do it. And when you train in your dojo, also be conscious about that question. So when we actually talk about whether using the bokken as a live blade, a bokken itself, so if it's going to be a substitute for a live blade, then it makes sense to train pulling it out and standing into kamaya, or doing the pulling out movement here, as if you're taking it from a saya, from a sheath. But if you're using it just as a bokken, as a hitting weapon, also it makes sense to simply take it out, because there's no saya, there's no sheath for it, there's no need for that. So be conscious about those differences as you train. Also, there's some moments, we'll talk in other parts, as how to give it to another person, not to point it in front, but actually to give it sideways. Again, some dojos will be more picky about that, some not, but most of the dojos, what they consider to be important is that you should, despite that this is a bokken, a wooden sword, you should mind that this is technically a live blade, technically a live edge, a sharp edge. So it's a good habit not to develop a habit to grab here, but rather to be conscious about where you're grabbing it, how you're grabbing it, to be conscious where the hilt is, and not to develop habits which would be dangerous later for a live blade, to stay conscious. Also, when you're holding it, when you're watching the CC talk, you can hold it on the side. There is this a desire to just place the bokken, lean yourself on it, and some dojos will allow that. I personally don't mind that. But some dojos will consider this to be a very bad etiquette, because this is a sword, this is sacred, so placing it on the ground shouldn't be done. You shouldn't be lying on it as on a stick, it's a weapon. So if your dojo allows it, does it. But if you travel to another dojo, be conscious about that before doing that. Also, the last moment for the sword, in my travels, in my experience of Aikido, I've discovered two different ways of working with the bokken, with the Aikiken, with the Aikido sword. Many dojos are working with a sword where the sword cuts and then the body comes in. So the sword cuts and then the body comes in, which is a more, in my experience, it's a more traditional way of working with the sword. More traditional schools work with it. It makes sense that if there's a danger in front, you first reach out and then you step in. Another way to train that, to train with bokken, is actually where the body steps in first. The body steps in and then you use the ground, then you use the hips to strike. So these are quite different methods, and we're training ourselves in the second method where the body steps in first, so the body steps out of the attack line, and then there's a movement where the logic behind that is that in Aikido techniques also the body is first and then the arms, so you're developing that. I mean, you're learning to use the hips. So there's a logic in both different methods, but also notice whether it's one or the other. And when you go to another dojo, don't try to enforce your way, but understand that there's a different logic behind those two. Now, the second most common weapon in Aikido is the jo, or combat staff. It's shorter than a bow, so a bow is a long staff, and it's longer than many other staffs. Normally, what its specialty is that you can grab with both hands. If it's a bow, you can't extend out, and it's too far, but the jo should be actually about, without overextending, about the size of your hand, full length of the hands, of the arms. So here I'm missing a bit of a part. It's an interesting coincidence that normally that's approximately how long the distance is going to be to your armpits. That's how much I'm missing here. That's how much I'm missing here. So approximately. So when you're wanting to buy a jo, when you're looking out if the size is right for you, you can either place it next to the armpit and see if there is a distance missing. That means you need a longer one, or if it's too long, or you can do it this way. So the jo, again, we could talk a lot about that, but what we spoke about with the bokken, similar principles apply, either jo first and then body first or jo. The principles of holding it, the etiquette, it's very similar, so it can translate from the bokken to here. Obviously there's no blade to mind, it's a turnable weapon, but we're gonna explore it more and look at it in its own particular part. And the last a common weapon in Aikido. And I'm going to just shortly introduce. It's a tanto. It's a Japanese knife, or a knife in Japanese. Similar rules apply to what we spoke about, but again, we're going to need we have another part specifically devoted to tanto, and we're going to look at tantos more there. So there are 20 different suburi, or solo movements, with the jo in the Aikido training. We're going to look at all of them and look at the main details of each movement. So to begin with, the first 5 movements are called tsuki no bu. Tsuki in Japanese means the thrust. So they're all consisting of a thrusting movement together with other movement variations. So the first stance is the jo kamae, or the jo stance. Left foot is forward, the jo is in front of the left foot. Now the left hand is a bit lower, kind of naturally holding there. The first movement in chokutsuki is thrusting to the core of the body. You can also thrust to the throat, but that's more of a combat movement. Normally we thrust towards the solar plexus. Now the movement begins with the right hand going under the left hand. So in our style, the body starts. So I move in with the left foot. The right hand goes under the left hand. I grab the whole jo. The right foot comes closer, and I thrust, or pierce. Now, a few important moments to notice here is a lot of times what beginners do is first of all, they bring their legs too close together. Now, if the legs are very close here, it's not a stable stance, and also if somebody pulls the jo, you're going to lose balance. So do your best to maintain a fairly wide stance at the end of the movement. Now, what helps to do that is first movement, it's a big stance, wide stance, a bit wider than usual. And now then, you can bring the right foot and make the gap closer, but still fairly big. And we stop here. Now, the other moment, what's important to notice is where the hands are. At the end of the pierce, oftentimes beginners push the jo too far out. Now, this makes the jo heavy, hard to control, and it's hard to add the body behind the movement. So I want the movement to end approximately under the armpit. So approximately here. Left arm is fully extended. So a fairly wide stance, left arm extended, right arm under the armpit, and that's a good, nice chokutsuki. So 1, 2. Now the second movement is called kaishitsuki. Kaishi means reverse. So the reverse is actually meant for the hand. Beforehand, the right hand went under the left hand. Now the right hand is going to go on top, but the thumb is going to be turned reverse and goes under. So the left foot goes forward. It's a big wide stance. Right hand grabs the jo, thumb pointing down. I take the whole jo, and again, the right foot comes closer. I pierce and stop under the armpit. Same thing from the side. So reverse, 1, 2. Same details apply as in the previous movement. Now the third movement is called ushirotsuki, or the back thrust. You probably know ushiro ukemi means backward roll. So this is ushirotsuki, backward pierce. So again, we start in the same stance, in the same kamae. This time the right hand goes up again, but thumb pointing up. So not reverse, but up here. Now, I turn the right foot. That's an important step. I turn the right foot. I grab the jo. The left hand slides back, and I bring the jo close to my elbow. I step back, and I pierce backwards with the whole body. Now, traditionally, oftentimes it is said that while doing the suburi, you should be facing forward. So you would see both the right side and the left side. So you can try this. It goes a bit slightly down, not completely forward, not up here. Now the reason we turn the foot, the right foot, is that if you would not turn the foot right now, here you step backwards, you're not in a strong kamae, and also it's a bad twist for the knee. And rather, if you turn the foot first and then step back, now see, it's a good stance. And you can pierce back. Okay, so last time, the third movement. 1, 2. Now the third movement starts in tsuki kamae, or the piercing stance. So this, now the jo is lifted up. Left foot is still forward. It's fairly wide stance. The front foot is not facing completely forward, but slightly in. Here, left arm fully extended, but not blocked. So we're going to start with a thrust, with a pierce again. So the left foot moves even further forward. I grab, take the whole jo. The right foot steps closer, and I pierce. Same rules apply. Now this time, after the pierce, the right foot guides. Right foot, right arm brings the jo back, and I push the jo back with the left arm. Now I use the hips, and I strike to the knee. So this movement is called tsuki gadan gaeshi. Tsuki is the first, gadan is the lower part of the body, gaeshi is the turn, like Kote Gashi. So basically it's the lower part, thrust, and turn movement. So I'm going to show it from the front. 1, 2, piercing, back, and the knee. And from the other side. 1, 2, 3. Now the last movement in this section is a kind of a connection to the next series of movements because it includes a strike. Now the beginning again is tsuki kamae, a piercing stance. I make the pierce here. Right foot guides, left foot comes closer. It's a fairly close stance, but not too close. Now right hand turns up, in front and above, just slightly above the head, and the right hand comes closer to the head. You don't need to touch the head, but it's fairly close. Now, you turn the jo behind you, and the left hand is going to go through over the right hand, grab the end of the jo, step with the right foot, and the right hand gently slides forward, and I cut. So now I finish in a sword stance. Okay, once more. Tears, 1. Go back, next to the head, turn, left hand goes forward, right hand gently slides forward and cut. So here, as I mentioned, the movement ends for the next, it's making us ready for the next section. The next section is called the uchi no bu. Uchi means in Japanese strike, like shomen uchi, the front head strike. So if you did boken beforehand, it's the same stance. Just the difference is that since the jo is longer, you don't make a very small distance, make just a bit of a bigger distance. So you would feel the weapon better. So now, ken kamae, the sword stance. We're going to step backwards, so the same rule applies. The back foot turns before we step back. This is going to apply all the time. Now, back foot turns, you can gently push the jo with the left hand forward. Now I step back, full step, and I bring the jo diagonally up above the head, just a bit in front. I open up, I don't block my view with the elbows, I see what's happening, and I step forward with the right foot, and the jo drops behind, I adjust the left foot, and cut. So this is called shomenuchi komi, or the front head strike. 1, 2. It's actually the exact movement like the second suburi with the boken, if you have done it. Okay. Now the next movement is going to consist, the beginning is going to be the same almost for all of the next few suburi, but we're going to add extra movements to it. So, same stance, going backward and up, cut, and we're going to add another strike. So the left foot goes forward, it passes through the right foot, left hand goes up, right hand goes above through the central line. I turn the jo just behind the spine and cut. So 2 movements. This is called Renzoku Chikomi. So 1, 2, 3. So this is suburi number 7. Now the next suburi, the 8th suburi and the 3rd suburi in the striking section. Again, same beginning, and we're going to connect a movement which was there in the first section. So what I mean by that is the first movement. And now we're going to do another ushirotsuki, piercing backwards. So this time, the left foot guides, grab the whole jo, right foot steps closer, and pierce, looking straight, seeing both sides. From the others, I'll show it from the front. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. And the other side. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now the next movement is going to be a connection between the first section and the second section. So first of all, we're going to do, again, the same beginning, the same strike. And now the left foot guides. I bring out the jo back. I turn the hips, go forward, and strike to the knee. So again, the Gedan Gashi is connected with the Shomenuchi. And in the end, it's called Nanuchi, Gedan Gashi. So now the last movement in the striking section. Again, it's a connection of different movements, which we basically did before. So this time we don't go back as in previous movements. We're going to go straight forward, turning the jo. It's going to be a back pierce, but now we have to switch the hands. So the right foot guides, the left hand goes over to the end of the jo, the left foot closes in and pierce. The other side, straight forward, strike. Hand switch, pierce. And from the front, 1, 2. So now the name of the next movement is Katate Gedan Gashi. So one-handed lower turn. What it means, in the movement sense, we start again. In the Tsukikama, right foot guides. I bring the jo, the right hand pulls the jo, and then slides towards the left hand. You can leave a bit of an edge here that's going to help you feel the jo, control it. Now, you can gently bend the knees, catch the jo with the center. Left hand releases, but it stays in front. It guides the jo. I step forward with the right foot, and I strike to the head level. Then the jo turns, and the left hand here catches it above the head. Now same from the side. Pull the jo out, catch it, forward, and above the head. 1, 2. And you don't need to necessarily catch it fully here. This could be a movement, a strike from above, if we would continue. But the suburi ends here. Now the second movement out of the 3 in the Katate Nobu is Katate Toma Uch. So this time, we, again, lead, the right foot leads again. We start from the tsukikamae, and the jo goes behind the shoulders. Now once more, it's a good trick to pull, to just leave a bit of an edge of the jo here. So as you pull back, pull the hand just slightly here. Now fully going back behind the shoulders. Left hand is just, the jo is placed on the left palm. You can gently bend the knees. Now, again, the hips, the center moves. Forward, I step, hips move, and I release the jo, strike again to the head level. 1, continue further, and the left hand turns, the palm catches the jo here. Once more. 1, 2, 1, 2. Good. Now the last movement in the Katate Nobu, it's also a connection to the next series, the Hasu Nobu, or the movement of the 8th. So this is a different stance from the other ones we did in the past. Left foot is forward, right foot is next to the side. Now, the jo is next to the right foot. Left hand alive. Again, it's a one-handed movement, so the jo starts in one hand. Now the right foot moves forward, and the bottom of the jo lifts up, as if I would strike the head here. Now the left foot steps forward, foot to foot. The tip of the jo drops, lifts up, the left hand catches the jo here. Here, I keep it in front. The right foot steps back. Now here, another strike to the head. And for beginners, as you learn, it's easier to release the left hand, turn the jo around, and then catch it here. But if you're advanced, it's actually important that the left hand slides through the jo as you turn, and always keep contact. And stop here. The left hand is approximately in front of the armpit, right elbow relaxed down. Now from the side, again, we start in this traditional stance. 1, strike, foot to foot, 2, strike, turn, and catch. One, 2, and free. Good. So as mentioned, the last movement was a connection to the next section. It's one before the last. The Hasu Nobu, or the movement of the 8th, is going to always have the twisting jo around. But this time, differently than in the previous movement, we're going to start again in the Kenkamaya. Now here, the left foot turns, the right hand slides forward, and the left hand raises the jo up. So I kind of open here. I step with the right foot back. Now here, the left hand goes down. I turn the hips. This is actually a blocking movement. If there's a tsuki, a thrust, I block the thrust. Now again, for beginners, you can release the left hand, turn the jo, and catch it here. For advanced people, remember to always keep contact as you switch the hands. Now here, it's not the end of the movement. The right hand turns, catches the jo here. I move forward, the jo goes behind the spine, left foot adjusts, and strike. Coming back to the original stance. So this is Hasogeshi Uch, the strike from the 8th movement. I open, go back, turn the jo, switch the hand, go forward, and cut. And last time, from the front, from the other side. 1, 2, 3. Good. Now the second movement, we're going to do 5 movements in this section. So we continue with the second one. Again, the beginning is going to be the same for the whole 5 movements. So Kenkamai, open, go back, turn the jo, catch it here. Again, the right hand turns, catches the jo, left foot guides, and the left hand pulls the jo out, I take the whole jo. Right foot comes closer, I pierce. But this is not the end of the movement. Right now, this is going to be a bit tricky. Right hand, right foot goes back, left foot comes in. Now the left hand is holding the jo tightly, firmly, and it pushes the jo next to the right hand. Grab the jo with the right hand, the left hand releases. I turn the jo and catch it back here. So probably it's going to be easier to see it from this side. So watch carefully. Open, go back, turn, catch. The right hand turns, front step, adjust, pierce. So this is the easier part. Now the difficult part, right foot goes back, left foot, I push the jo back to the right hand, release the left, turn, catch. So last time I'm going to show it from the third side, but a bit quicker, so you would see how the movement looks originally. 1, 2, 3, 4. When you do it fast, it looks quite fancy, looks very nicely, but if you know how to do it, it's not too hard. Now the third movement, it's again going to be a ski, but this time in a short ski, a backwards pierce. Beginning, as I mentioned, the same in all movements. Open here. Turn the hand. Now the right foot guides. The left hand pushes the jo next to the elbow. I adjust the left foot, grab the whole jo, and pierce back. Once more, from the side. 1. Right hand turns, next to the elbow, stepping back, pierce. Last time. 1 and 2. Now the fourth movement is going to be an Ushiro Uchi, so this time backwards strike. There's a few tricky parts here, but again we start in the same way. Open, turn, here. Turn the hand, catch the jo. Now, the left foot, the front foot, turns. As I turn, the jo turns around in the air, goes behind the spine. As I turn the right foot, I tilt my body slightly to the side, and I cut diagonally to the knee. The hand gently turns to the side. Show it from the different side. 1. Turn around and adjust the jo with the spine. Diagonal body, cut to the side of the knee. On the side. 1, 2. And the last movement in the Hasonobu, probably the trickiest movement. I'm going to start showing it from the side. Again, same beginning. So we're going to do what's called a Ushiro Barai. A barai is a sweep. So we're going to sweep the whole dojo. Now, again, similar as in the last movement, the left foot turns. Now this time, don't drop the jo behind the spine, but rather turn the jo in the air in a circle, as if you would make a circle in the ceiling. Turn. Now, as you step back, it's a full step back, strike to the head level and to the side, diagonally. Again, the right hand turns out. Okay, from the other side. 1, turn the hand, turn around, step back, circle, and sweep. Okay, from the last side. 1, 2. So now the last section consists only of 2 movements, but actually there are connection of movements. It's called Nagare Nabu. Nagare in Japanese means flow. So actually they're kind of flow of a few different movements connected together. So Now, to remember the name might be a bit tricky, unless you know what the Japanese words mean. So the first one is Hidari Nagare Gashi Uch. So actually, if you decode the words, that explains what you need to do. Hidari means left, so it means we're going to turn through the left. Hidari Nagare, the left flowing, the left flow. Hidari Nagare Gashi, turn, Gashi Uch, strike. So I'm going to show you how it looks. So we start with one of the movements we did before, the Shono Chikomi, cut. Now, right foot turns, the jo goes through the left, so this is the Hidari. Left hand goes over through the right hand, we turn around, and we catch the jo here, as if I would try to make a roof. Left hand, the jo's resting on the left palm. Now, continue turning the jo behind the spine, go forward, and here's the uchi, the strike. Okay, now you're going to see it better from the side. So, 1, 2, flow around, catch the jo, go forward, cut. This time, 1, 2, through the left. This is a block, the right hand turns out, and cut. And the very last movement, so you can celebrate that we got here, is Migi Nagare Gashi Tsuki. So Migi means we're going to turn through the right, Japanese for right. Gashi, Nagare, the flow, Gashi, turn, and Tsuki, we're going to pierce at the end. So straight diagonal cut here. Now Migi, we're going to turn through the right, left hand goes over the jo. This time as we turn, we're going to make a full step back. Once more, block above the head. This time, you won't see it so well from this side, but please stay with me. This time we're going to turn the jo, lower it through the center line, grab the whole jo, and pierce. Okay, so now that you would see it better from this side. 1, Migi, so from the right, full step back, block, turn the jo through the center line, and pierce. And last time. 1, 2, 3. Good, so congratulations. I'm happy you stick to the whole video. So just to make a recap, just to review, I'm going to show each movement just once. If you want, you can follow with me or just watch so you can enjoy the rest of the movements. So we start Chokutsuki, straight thrust, 1. Kaishitsuki, reverse thrust. Then Shirotsuki, backward thrust. Okay, now Tsuki Kamae. Tsuki, Gedan, lower body, Gashi, turn. Once more back to Tsuki. Tsuki Kamae. Tsuki, Jodan, the head level, Gashi, turn, Uch, strike. Now we switch to the Uchinobu. We start from Kenkamae. 1, Shomenuchi, Komi. Good. 7th movement. And then Zoku Uchi Komi, meaning 1 strike and 2. Good. Now once more, we continue. First movement the same. 1, 2, Gaeshi, down, 1, 2, Gedan, going down, Gaeshi, turn. Okay, 2 more movements left. 1, cut, going back, Ushirotsuki. Tsuki, Ushirotsuki. Okay, now the last movement in the Uchinobu. We go diagonally straight forward with the left foot, the hand switch. Ushiretsuki from the other side. Okay. Now the one-handed section, 3 movements. We start with Katate Gedan Gashi. Katate, one-handed, Gedan, lower body, Gashi, turn, catch the jaw above the head. Now, Katate Tomouch, back and sweep. The last movement, the jaw next to the right side. This is Hachinoji, Katate Hachinoji Gaeshi. So, Hachi means 8. Here. Now, Kenkamae, we go to the Hasonobu. Open, cut, next. Open, pierce, go back. Next. Open, Ushiretsuki. Now we're going to go to Ushiro Uch. 1, knee, and the last one, turn around, sweep. And last 2 movements, Nagare Nobu, the flowing part. So Hidari, the left, 1, 2, left, cut, let's turn back, and the right, 1, turn through the right, step back, lower the jaw, ski. The boken, or the wooden sword in Japanese, which we use often in Aikido, has only 7 suburi, so it's not as much as with the jo, and they're somewhat a bit easier. Some of them are actually in the jo movements, but we're going to look at 7 of them, and hopefully they'll help you in your progress with the weapons. So to begin with, the first suburi, all 7 suburi are going to start in the ken kamae. So ken means sword in Japanese. So ken kamae is the sword stance. So the sword stance, actually the Aikido stance derives, it comes from the sword stance. So we're standing on the same line, on one line, and so the back foot is facing a bit to the side, front foot forward, same line here. Now the sword, the left hand is below. Often a lot of styles are mentioning that you have to feel the end of the boken. The distance between the hands, you can actually have one, as if you would have one hand in between. So here. Now, the arms are fully extended, because if you're holding the boken here, not only does it engage the arm muscles, which is actually quite contrary to the Aikido, since we use a lot of hips or the center in Aikido, so we don't want to bring tension in the arms. Rather, the arms are fully extended. Now, also here, the distance, it's the distance between me and the person that if I would be facing. Here it's much bigger, and so I'm actually safer. So now, as I hold the boken here, the hips are not actually completely straight. Again, they're a bit twisted to the side, same as in taijutsu, the techniques without using a weapon. So now the first suburi, actually it's good to begin when you're learning, it's good to begin with the feet, with the foot movement. So the first movement is actually the front foot slides to the back foot and slides back. 1, 2. That's all you need to do with the feet this time. And now we're going to include the boken. So foot to foot, boken goes up, foot forward, cut. From the front, foot to foot, raise the boken up, foot forward, cut. Okay. Now the second suburi, in a sense, you can look at it as if there's 2 different movements. So now, before I start I turn the back foot turns, I go back, and I raise the bokken up in front of the head, diagonally here. There's a pause here. Now the second movement, I go forward. As I go forward, the bokken drops behind the back, and good. So from the front, step back, raise the bokken, step forward, cut. Okay, so now the third movement, in a sense, you can look at it as if there's 3 different movements. That's a good way to memorize that. First suburi, 1 cut, 1 movement. Second suburi, 1, 2. Now the third, one way you can look at it. So again, it starts, as in the second suburi, it starts with a step back. So I step back. Yeah, this time I don't lift the bokken fully up. This time the bokken is in front of the chest. The hips are a bit, the core of the body, it's a bit twisted, more facing forward. So now the bokken here, straight up. And I'm lifting up the bokken as if I would like to pierce the ceiling. Now I slightly turn the hips and I lower the bokken next to the side. My center drops, my legs drop, back straight. I go forward, behind, and cut. So now we're going to do the third suburi. I'm going to show it from the other side since there's a lot of movement on the right side. There's the first movement. 2, 3, and cut. Now from the front. 1, 2, and 3. Cut. Now the fourth suburi, again, it's going to be good to look at the feet before we start. So now the feet, the first 4 suburi actually can do it on the spot, or you can do in movement. I'm going to show both. Now the feet, it's a bit counterintuitive, so we have to look into it. In the first suburi, the front foot went back. Now the back foot is going to go forward, foot to foot, and I change the feet, go back. Foot to foot, go back. So I keep switching the feet. Now the bokken, the suburi, is going to go up and down. So foot to foot, bokken goes up, back, cut. Foot to foot, open, back, cut. Again, it's a bit counterintuitive since as you cut forward as you step back, and it's important that you maintain your energy forward as you step back. So I don't want to pull back. But nevertheless, this movement still can be done on the spot. Now if I would do it from the front, back foot forward, open, cut, back. Feet together, open, back, cut. Good. So now if you do it in a movement, it's a bit different since there's the feet make more sense more easily. So now if we start by looking at the feet, it's back foot goes forward, the other foot turns. Back foot goes forward, the other foot turns. Now when I reach the end of my space, front foot turns on the spot, the other foot turns. And once more. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Now, with the bokken is going to go up and down based on the body movement. So, I step forward, raise up. As I turn the back foot, the hips turn, cut. 1, 2. I could continue, but now I'm going to turn. as I turn the front foot, the bokken goes behind my back. I turn the other foot, finish the cut. 1, 2, 1, 2, turn, cut. Okay, so we have 2 more suburis left. Probably you could say that they're the most difficult, but they're both actually similar. You could do it on the spot as well, but actually it's rarely done, and it's quite complicated. So unless somebody needs it, let me know in the comments. But otherwise, we're going to skip it. We're going to go straight to the movement, to the suburi in movement. So now the feet, we can look at the feet first. So you could either start straight away, or you can start as in the second suburi. Then you go forward, and now there's going to be a piercing movement here. So the feet, they're not difficult here. You go front foot forward, back leg steps forward as well. And then change feet and forward. So it's a good movement for the taijutsu, the open-handed techniques, since in Aikido there's quite a bit of the movement with the front foot when you do Kokyo Nage or many other techniques. So again, it's a good connection between bokken and taijutsu. But now as we do it with the bokken, as mentioned, you can start in the second suburi, open, cut, and now we're going to do the movement with the feet. And as I move with the feet, now the bokken turns to the side, and the back leg steps in, I pierce here. So now the fifth movement is actually similar to the fourth movement, so luckily enough, the feet are going to be the same. If we do it on the spot, it's foot to foot, step back. Foot to foot, step back. But now the bokken, the movement is going to be a bit more complicated. I'm going to start from the front, since you will see it better. Now, as I raise the bokken, the center line, the bokken raises through the center line. So the right hand will go up. The tip of the bokken is going to go to the side of the front leg. So here, behind my back, cut. Now, if it's the left foot, as I step in, raise up, tip goes through the left, cut. And now we will include the left hand. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Now the same in movement. Again, we're going to walk straight forward, but this time as I walk, if it's the right foot, the tip of the bokken goes to the right, behind the back, cut. Cut. When I turn here, it naturally does that. It's the same movement of the fifth suburi. Go forward, cut, forward, cut, turn, cut. Good. So we have 2 more movements left. The 6th and the 7th suburi are actually probably the most complicated, but they're similar in between, so it shouldn't cause too many trouble. So you could do it on the spot as well, but rarely somebody does it, and it's quite complicated too, so we're going to skip it unless you need it. If you need it, let me know in the comments. So, the 6th suburi you can start straight away, or you can go back in the 2nd suburi. We're going to start with the second one. Forward, cut. And now the front foot guides. I step in with the front foot, the back leg comes in, I turn the bokken sideways, pierce. Now the 5th suburi, cut, and I add, again, a pierce. Turn, cut, pierce with the whole body, arms fully extended, cut, pierce, turn, cut. And we would continue with the pierce. Right, and we have the last suburi, the 7th suburi. So now what's interesting about the 7th suburi is actually in the movement itself, it involves 2 different movements. So it connects the strongest cut and the strongest pierce. What I mean by saying that is that you will always cut with the right foot forward, and you will always pierce with the left foot forward here. I can shortly explain why. It's because when the right foot is forward and I cut with the bokken, it's actually stronger than on the left side. On the left side, one of my arms is bent, so the cut is not the same, it's not as strong. The pierce, it's vice versa. On the right side, there's no support here, the arms are straight. Here, they are actually in a stronger position. So basically, the best cut and the best pierce in one movement. So once more, now the 7th suburi, you have to start with the 2nd suburi by going back and cutting, since then you start with the right leg forward. So that's 1, 2, right side cut. Now straight, step forward with the left foot, and the other foot turns, turn the bokken, pierce. The blade is looking away from my body. Now the 5th suburi, so I'm doing it a bit tightly, so you would see it still. You would still see me in the camera. So normally you would keep on moving much more. And again, left foot goes forward, pierce. I turn. Now naturally it's the right side cut, left foot pierce, right side cut, left foot pierce, turn around, cut, and you can continue forever. Now just to summarize, I'm going to repeat all the 7 movements one by one. So the first suburi, in Japanese, ichi no suburi, is 1 movement. Basically, 1. The 2nd suburi, 1, 2. The 2nd suburi in Japanese is ni no suburi. Now this 3rd suburi is san no suburi. Step back 1, lift, go down 2, cut 3. Now the 4th, on the spot, back foot forward, step back, cut, foot to foot, cut. Now in movement, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now the 4th suburi is yon no suburi. In Japanese, you can see there 4 is either shi or yon, but normally in suburi we say yon no suburi. Now the 5th, on the spot, foot to foot, I go diagonally up, cut, through the side, cut, and in movement, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now the 6th, we're going to start straight into movement. We're not going to do on the spot. So we're going to start with the 2nd one. 1, 2, same side, pierce, cut, pierce, turn around, cut, pierce, cut, pierce, cut. So as I said, normally the movement would be longer. So if I would do it without limited space, it would be more like 1, 2. But I'm doing shorter movements because it's I need to fit in the camera. And the last suburi, the 7th suburi, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, here, 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 turn around, cut. Good, so we're actually done. These are the 7 suburis. This time we're going to look at how to defend against a sword. So Aikido is based on a Japanese martial art tradition. So obviously they were in touch with the samurai, and defending against the sword was one of the common practices made. But right now when we practice what's called tachidori, the sword taking, it also helps us develop. The techniqueness is not necessarily based on a always upcoming real life situation. Rather, it's a way to develop and understand the principles of Aikido, how to get out of the attacking line, how to grab the sword. Basically, you just learn some principles which can help you even if someone is attacking without the sword. So take the technique as a set of principles to help you learn, and if it ever comes up as useful in a practical situation, that's great as well. But basically, it's a good combination of principles to develop yourself further. So oftentimes when we practice tachidori, we practice with a boken, with a wooden sword, but in this movement, it's important where the blade is. So we're going to use metal sword, so you would understand it better. So first of all, when we start working with tachidori, the first part, which is very important, is called mai, or the proper distance. So now here, it's too close, it's dangerous, because if he can touch me with the sword without taking a step, that's too close, that's too dangerous. Now, this is too far, since I can't touch him without taking a second step. So about here, this is the proper distance, since he can't touch me without taking a step. But if I would make a big step, it would be possible for me to touch him. So this is the proper mai. Now here you can start either, in terms of the feet, you can start either with the left foot forward or with the right foot forward. Obviously, if it's a life-threatening situation, everything is happening fast, you won't have a chance to look at the feet. But again, if we're looking at basics, if we're looking at basic principles and how to better understand them, based on which foot is forward, it's easier to do certain movements. So if my right foot is forward, it's easier to go to the right side, left foot forward to the left. Obviously, you can switch them in the moment, but right now we're going to look at the left foot forward, since I'm going to go out to the left side. Now here, when he's in the stance, it would be dangerous for me to move in, since he's holding my center line. So if I would, while he's here, if I would try to go around him, most likely he would go towards me. So I'm actually not able to do many things here. But eventually, sooner or later, he will either want to pierce, so to do this. So when he does the pierce, I can move in during that moment. But most of the times, traditionally, when we're training tachidori in Aikido, we start with a strike. So whenever he wants to do the strike, he will have to raise the sword. And that's actually the moment which is important for us, since now he's open. But still, while he's here, if I move to the side, he can relocate and cut here. So that's, again, still a dangerous point. But when he raises the sword, and as soon as he starts to cut, now his cut is going to go towards that place where I was. So when he raises the sword and he cuts, now I can move during that moment, because at that moment he won't be able to switch the direction. Now another traditional point which is important, if I'm moving to the left, I have to be conscious about my right arm. So when he's cutting, I go to the left and I bring the right arm behind my back. Obviously, we want to think that if I go out, then I will go out enough for this arm not to be in the cutting line. But then if there's adrenaline, if everything is happening fast, there is a chance that when I go out, my arm will stay and it'll get cut, either the finger or the whole arm. It's basically just too dangerous. So what we want to do as we move out, the right arm goes behind the back for safety reasons. Now, as I'm here, this is actually a good position. Now, what's interesting is that normally when somebody attacks us, the normal desire is to move back. In Aikido, we oftentimes move in. This is a bit close to boxing, and which is called infighting, where when the punch or a strike comes in, as it goes in, I go in as well. Because the good part about that, although it's counterintuitive, is that here, when he cuts, he cannot change the direction. So that's a safety trigger. The next thing is here, we're close, but actually for him to do a strike to cut me, now it's difficult for him because he doesn't have the space necessary for it. So basically, I have more control over him. If I move back, I feel safe, but then I can't do anything. So in Aikido, the same principle works without the weapon, but with the weapon, you can really see it well. So basically, as he cuts, I go out. Now here, I have the chance to do something to him. He has less chance to do something to me. So now, while he's standing here, I don't want him to refocus and do another movement. So straight away, I do a traditional strike to the head to bring him out of focus, to knock some consciousness out of him. But that's actually done in the movement out. So as he raises the sword, I raise the hand. And as he cuts, I cut. So there's a strike here. He loses a bit of focus. Straight away from here, my left hand goes down in between his hands. Now this is also based on traditionally, when he's holding the sword, the two-handed sword, there's a distance between the hands. And that's where I'm heading for. From here, I grab the handle. Now here I could do more than a few things. I could also grab the hand, bring him out of balance, and throw him. Right now we're going to look at a straight taking of the sword. So here as I hold the sword, first of all, I want to bring him out of balance just slightly here, so that he can't move. I have a good feeling of him. Now here, in terms of the blade, the upper side is the defensive side, it's blunt. The lower side, it's sharp, that's the cutting edge. So I don't want to grab the cutting edge, obviously, since especially the samurai sword is it's very sharp. But I can indeed grab the sides of it, the top and the sides. And that's actually what I'm doing. Not too close, since I want to get at a tipping point, an angle. So I grab it more towards the end. So I took him out of balance, I grab it here, and now I step forward to give myself more space. And now, even if he's holding firmly, as I tilt the sword, there's a pivoting movement. And now, at this moment, the sword handle is pushing into his hand. And actually, it's giving a pressure here, and slowly it's giving a bit of pain and makes his hand release. So not just the upper arm, but also here to get the pivot. And eventually he releases because of the pressure. And here I step back, I grab the sword. Now if I would want to, I could reverse the sword, do the attacking movement, but that's a good point already. So we're going to look at it from a different side, but we're going to do exactly the same. Now the whole thing, straight ahead. As he raises the sword, I get ready, I raise my hand, he cuts, I go out, cut, grab the handle, bring him out of balance, grab the sword, the blunt edge, make some space, tilt the sword, take it out of his hands. Obviously I could cut him here fully, but in Aikido we try to preserve life, so I step back, raise the sword. I keep a good connection with him so that he wouldn't want to move, do another movement. And actually, I could even come back to a stance to Hakama here. This is pretty much it. It's a full good movement. And now we're going to do it without any explanations. Of the other side. And just as a bonus, the last part, I'm going to just slightly continue one more movement to give a good feeling of what else you could do. So the beginning is going to be the same. Here, as I mentioned before, I can grab the hand, bring him out of balance, and throw him here. I can also cut, grab the sword, throw him here. So there are quite plenty of options, but they're all based on similar principles, and as soon as you get one movement, you should be able to do other movements quite easily further. We looked at tachidori, the sword taking. There's also jodori in Aikido, the staff taking, and there's also the tanto-dori, the knife taking. So the tanto in Japanese is a knife. What's interesting is that the samurai used to carry a long sword, short sword, and oftentimes they would have a knife either hidden somewhere or just they would have it as an extra weapon. So since Aikido is a traditional Japanese martial arts connected to the all traditions, it also includes defense from the knife. Now, the knife itself, obviously it's a weapon. You can, looking at a sword, you probably won't really find many people with swords. Staff may be more common, but knife is probably the most common weapon you can be attacked with. And also, you can use the principles of even the defending against the sword. You can also use the principles from defending against that, but knife is quite straightforward. And now, in my personal opinion, when I spoke to people who are practicing with knives, a person who's really skilled in knife fighting, he might be very difficult to tackle. And the techniques we do in Aikido, the attacks, ki, yokomenuchi, they're quite basic and they're quite formed. It's just one technique. So the way I look at it, the tanto-dori techniques, they're more a collection of principles rather than an expectation that exactly that is going to happen in my life and I will do exactly this. But rather, if you break it down, and that's what we're going to do, there's a lot of different principles which in a certain situation, maybe 1, 2, or 3 of them you might use rather than expecting to use the whole sequence. We'll use one specific technique, but again, don't look at it with hopes to have that exact situation, but rather take each principle and use it and learn it, use it for your development, and be ready to use it in different sequences rather than the whole thing. So when we look at this video as an introduction video, I'll mention one thing is that when you give a knife, this is probably quite obvious to many people, but there's also beginners, never give a knife like this, because this is, even if it's a wooden blade, still remember that work with it as if it would be a live blade, so that if any time you change to a live weapon, you have the habits, the good habits. You don't have the habits of pointing the knife at the person, but rather you can either give it with 2 hands in the Japanese way. If the blade is looking towards you, that's more respectful. You can also potentially give it sideways. Again, mind the edge. Just don't give it like this either. This is dangerous for yourself. So there's different traditional ways to do it, but just be conscious about not pointing the blade. Be conscious where you point the tip or the blade at. So I'm going to give that to my partner. So there's a few basic Aikido techniques with the tanto-dori, and if you're interested, we might look at the other ones in the future. Just let me know in the comments if you do. But one of the most interesting and full of a lot of different principles is what we call slash and stab. So in order to do this technique, my partner is going to first step with the back foot and slash, as if he would want to cut my stomach open. And then, since I get out of this place, he goes in with the front foot again to step and stab me here. So now when you look at the partner doing this, just look slightly at the technique. I'm holding it behind with the blade forward. So I slash, and in the stab, it's important that you have the second hand here, especially if there's no guard here, no in Japanese called tsuba, because if you stab an object and there's no guard, you're going to slide through, and this is obviously not good for the hand. So in order for that not to happen, there's the second hand to support it here, so it doesn't pop back. So that's why when you do the slash and stab, there's the slash and stab with the second hand. So now the principles we can find here. First of all, the slashing attack is very hard to tackle. So for example, if he slashes, I could potentially go in and block him here, but I might be too late. He might be very quick to do that. You could also technically go down, but then it's dangerous. Here's the foot. Obviously, there's always many different options, but a lot of them are quite dangerous. So let's say I'm too late. I didn't notice him. I didn't enter him. So I just simply go back. So I take a back step. And then since there's space, he wants to do an extra movement. He goes with the front foot, and then he stabs towards my chest here. So now the second thing I want to do, I want to first of all move out of the center line. I want to move out of where I was. The knife here is the most dangerous part. I don't want to stay where I was. So now here it's an interesting moment. There is a desire to really block the arm, but if you stay open with your hands here, this is called a Kokyo expression in Aikido terms. His elbow is blocked here, and I have space to move. So now he tries to go towards me. There's no space. Even if he lets go of the second hand, you see I'm blocking the elbow. I'm not only focusing on the elbow, I'm holding also his body and keeping the distance, but this is a good moment to stay at. So now from here, I go into his arm, I grab the arm, I bring the elbow up. So if you looked at our Sankyo tutorial, you know why we do this. And I grab the arm here, and this is a Sankyo. This is a great position to be at. First of all, he's still strong here. I don't want to go straight for the knife. First of all, I do the Sankyo towards him. I move him back. Also, obviously, the knife is going towards him, so he wants to keep the distance. And then, now, if I stop and try to take the knife, it'll be too complicated, too rigid. So when I turn eventually, as I turn, my lower hand slides. Again, mind the edge, mind the blade. Don't grab the blade, but grab around it. And now there's leverage here that when I push the knife, it starts to push on the thumb and it releases. So now, again, I use the leverage here to pop out the thumb, I grab the knife. So ideally I do this as I do the Sankyo. So I turn towards him and I turn towards him and bam, I take out the knife. So now this causes extra caution to him, since I'm not only having the Sankyo, although it's just one hand, but I also have the knife pointing at him. So that gives extra caution to him if he wants to move further. Now, as in a traditional Sankyo, I cut with the hand down to bring him down. And now I still have the knife. I'm going to use an advantage of the knife. As I go around, I'm actually going to bring the blade of the knife at the top of his elbow. Obviously, theoretically, you could slash, but this is Aikido. We're looking at protecting people, so actually what we're going to do, we're going to hold it above. Now I could use just my body to go down, but also in a sense, if he's conscious enough, he doesn't want me to cut him, so he's interested into going down too. So as I bring him down, I hold the knife here so that he would stay conscious that I have him. And now here, again, I still have the knife. Let's say I don't want to drop it. So here I can also use my foot, use my leg to turn towards his head to do a Sankyo here without needing the other hand. So the last thing that I actually missed, I actually went through in the first part, is if you're looking at this technique for the first time, you might be surprised why, as we stand here in the preparatory stance, that my arms are open. This actually has a logical sense too. So let's say we change, and he stands in a traditional Aikido Ukemi. That's just an easy extra target for me, because if I have the knife, I'm not going to try to slash his stomach. I'm going to try to slash his arms. So you could be very cautious, be very aware, and be ready to move out of here. But then, at the same time, if I hold my arms, it might be a target here. But if I open my arms, now the stomach, the belly is actually quite attractive. I'm kind of inviting him. So if I'm inviting him, he sees that space. There's a chance he will attack here, and there's an extra chance that I will be ready for that. So before you start, you open yourself up, going back, going in, turning, taking out the knife, turning around, and finishing here with the Sankyo. So to sum it up, this was more an introductory and more principle-based tutorial. Obviously, this was a specific technique, but I'm more keen on showing you the certain principles behind every aspect so that if you could take out every aspect, maybe those will come up useful sometime in your life, or maybe they will just help you develop in your Aikido, feel better about your training. So I'm happy about anything that you might take from it. I want to look at a very specific moment of the Tantodori is actually at the end of the technique, how to take the knife. Because some people, you know, if the uke is polite, he might release it, but some people, which is actually not good either because you don't get the chance to train, but some people also they hold it very, very friendly, and not everyone knows how to deal with that. So we're going to look at the principles of how to take the knife at the end. So now, when we look at this, notice that each person, each attacker is different. My uke right now, he has a bit of some rigidity in the shoulders, so it's not very extended, but nevertheless the principles work the same way. So now at the end of a technique, when you're here, there's some traditional ways to sit here, but also one way is to just use your other leg to support the arm here. Now, it could actually be enough just to use the leg, just to push the hand towards the head. So now when there's a stretch here, the fingers start to become relaxed, and then again, mind the blade, don't grab the blade, but you can grab the knife here. Careful that as you do this, when the fingers relax, the knife might slip and it might fall on the partner, especially if it's a live blade. You don't want that. And when you practice with a wooden blade, you want to develop the right habit. So be very present, be very ready to grab the knife here. So this is not necessarily the case with my partner, but if the partner is much more flexible, you can actually, as there's knuckles here, the last two knuckles, the small knuckles, in between, if you put your thumb here, this is a bit like Kote Gashi actually. So if you put your thumb here and you grab the whole hand and you push towards the knuckles here with the thumb, the fingers start to release. They start to become lighter, and as they become lighter, you can start to grab the knife out of here. Also, a couple of other things you could do. You could also use the leverage and tilt it towards the thumb. But if you connect those two, you push the knuckles here, the fingers start to release, and then you use the leverage, it'll 90% of the times work. All right, so I think this probably turned out to be a quite short tutorial, but it has some useful material, especially when you're training, if you're a beginner or even a fairly advanced person, but the other person is really holding the knife tightly to show that you can't do it. And if you're not able to do it, there might be a disencouragement of you starting to feel, I don't know if I'm good enough or something is wrong with me, but if you know this is quite a fairly easy trick, but if you do it, you can actually deal with a lot of strength, a lot of different grabs. So try these tricks out. They might come in handful, and even they might be useful in a really dangerous situation. So I hope you found them useful yourself. This marks the end of our complete Aikido tutorial. I hope you enjoyed all of it, and obviously it's probably impossible to make a full Aikido complete tutorial with every possible detail, also since there's many different styles and variations, but we did our best to include as much as possible so that by watching the whole movie, you would have as much information as possible for you to get started or to continue from where you are. We will still continue to make extra tutorials. If you have requests about specific questions, let us know in the comments. We'll do our best to bring it to you. Also, there's a chance that this tutorial will become longer, that we will include more pieces in it, but that will take time too. But right now, we'll stop here. All in all, though, I wanted to say thank you for watching the whole video, for supporting us as we go. Don't forget to share this video with your friends to support us, and As always, I'll see you on the virtual mat again soon.